Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism.
How are you doing?
How we doing there, gorgeous?
All right, I want to try your black-eyed pea hummus.
Okay.
I also want to do sesame kale salad.
Large or small?
Large.
Okay.
And what is tempeh? What is that?
Tempeh is cultured soy.
It's cultured soy. Let me go with I'm gonna try it. The smothered tempeh.
How we doing there, gorgeous? How we doing there, gorgeous? How we doing there, gorgeous?
I attended 3 predominantly white colleges.
How we doing there, gorgeous?
I went to Millersville University in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, predominantly white.
How we doing there, gorgeous?
Lehigh University, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, predominantly white.
How we doing there, gorgeous?
Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine, predominantly white.
How we doing there, gorgeous?
There were white girls who were attracted to me in undergrad.
How we doing there, gorgeous?
There were white girls who were attracted to me in graduate school.
How we doing there, gorgeous?
There were white girls attracted to me in my doctoral program.
How we doing there, gorgeous?
I've always had white women who were interested in a romance with the Prince of Pan Africanism.
How we doing there, gorgeous?
I've always had that. They bought me clothes. They slid stuff under my door. They invited me out to dinner. They offered me cookies from their cookie jar.
How we doing there, gorgeous?
They left cards on my desk in the middle of class for everybody to see it. Yes, I had white women pursue me at every level of education.
How we doing there, gorgeous?
Did I date a single one? I did not. Did I disrespect them? I did not. I respect all human beings. I respect all human beings. But I did not date any of them. Were some of them attractive? Absolutely.
How we doing there, gorgeous?
Some of them were built just like black women.
How we doing there, gorgeous?
Some of them grew up with black women.
How we doing there, gorgeous?
Those white women were not unattractive at all.
How we doing there, gorgeous?
5'5", thick in the thighs, but they were Caucasian.
How we doing there, gorgeous?
They were 5'5", thick in the thighs, but they were Caucasian. They were 5'5", thick in the thighs, but they were Caucasian.
How we doing there, gorgeous?
And I did not have intercourse with any of them. Ever. Ever.
How we doing there, gorgeous?
Okay?
I done found condoms, alcohol bottles all over the place. This is not the drink spot.
Cows, horses, chickens.
The loosey-goosey. You the loosey-goosey. You I'm gonna go to the pet store and I'm gonna get about 50 baby mice. And the minute one of you Negroes starts squealing about election day, I'm gonna throw a mice on your ass. Black pigs.
All right, Cookie Crush Chat, we're in the building. Welcome again to another live stream. We got a lot to get into. We'll be taking our time as usual. Cookie Crush Chat is undefeated. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's 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 coming. Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
Y'all remember that right there? That was crazy. That was so crazy. Welcome, everyone. Thanks, everyone, for tuning on in. Cook Crush Chat. We've been having a wonderful last two months, and we're kicking off this month in similar fashion. Last month was my most successful month here on YouTube. I want to thank everyone inside the Cookie Crush Chat. I want to thank everyone who's supported the channel through super chats, super stickers, CashApp, PayPal, super stickers. I also want to thank the mods for handling business too. I am so appreciative and so very thankful. We have a lot to get into. Since Umar Johnson's daughter came out to expose him as a deadbeat, everything has gone to the left, extreme left. And one of the things I've learned over the years is that if you focus on what is relevant and what is important, then everything else will work itself out. And when it comes to Umar, I maintain a high level of focus, and I try my best to provide receipts on everything that I talk about here. Also have done extensive research into Umar. Most of you guys know that already. And the thing is that more and more people are waking up, and in part because of the work that I've done, other people have done, but a lot of people have woken up simply because of most recent events with Umar and how he's been behaving. Okay, most of you guys know this story, this backdrop. In fact, you can go into the archive. Really, over the last month, we covered it. We spent most of the time covering it. What we're doing now is we're doing a series to cover Umar's most recent rants. He did 2 videos this weekend. We covered about maybe a little bit more than half of one of those videos. We still got to get to the other, but we'll probably be back tomorrow with another live stream, and hopefully we can get caught up on everything. If not, that's okay. We'll just keep it moving, and at some point we'll get all caught up. Let me just check something right here. I was looking for something here earlier. Okay, it's not. Let me see. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right. Thank you all again for tuning on in. I want to get right on into the show. Okay. Let me just give a couple of shout outs too, real quick, if you guys don't mind. Corey's in the building. Thank you for being here. Miss Independent. Delroy said he's listening from London in the UK. Umar's been over there scamming. He promised a school. He actually promised quite a few schools over there, FDMG schools over there in the UK. There's a video where he runs off all these different names of places, Yorkshire and all this kind of stuff, London and etc. That's nothing more than a long con. FDMG is nothing more than a long con. He hasn't mentioned it in such a long time. He did talk about it a bit on Father David, his radio show, but no one's watching Father David. He hasn't mentioned it on any of his social media in a long time. In fact, if you guys go and look, I think Umar stated that the school was going to open in September of 2025. He also said it was going to open in 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. He also said February of 2025. That came and went. He didn't even respond after that date came and went. He also stated, let's see, Black History Month. And he also said in January of 2025. And then he said August 21st of 2025. He also said September. Well, if you guys go and look at his calendar, it doesn't say FDMG grand opening on there for this year. So you guys rest assured that's not going to happen. And then he'll reset the date. Probably, I would probably think within the next 2 months, he'll reset, maybe 2 to 3 months, he'll reset the date, and then it starts all over again. He's nothing more than a con man. What's up, ESP? Thank you so much for tuning on in. I appreciate it. And Miss Independent is here as well. I appreciate you too. And Kev's in the building too. Thank you so much. C-Bay is here, and Black Anonymous. Black Anonymous sent me a blog post. We may get to it today. We'll see how things go. But for sure, we'll get to it at some point. We also had 2 new members, Aquarian Soul. Thank you so much. And also Shalvet Israel. And I forgot to release some more videos for you members in the member archive. So I literally have probably hundreds of Umar videos that aren't accessible online, and I have a lot of those. I probably already have over 100 already that are available for members only, but I want to add some more to that, and I'm going to do that at the end of the show. I'll add like maybe 10, 15, maybe even 20, and that way there'll be more content on there, hours and hours and hours of content going back years now, dealing with Umar. I was looking for this post. It's not popping up here, but let me just check one more place here because I want to read this to kind of get started. The main focus today is going to be on Umar trashing his daughter, belittling. Really, he was really attempting to bully, which is something he's attempted to do with me and others. But it doesn't work with me. Okay, I'm very clear about that. I'm the person, you bully me. Okay, I'm going in. Okay, let me just see if this pops up here. It may pop up. No, it didn't. Okay, I'll find it at some point. Maybe during the show, I'll keep looking for it and see if I can find it. It's just something that someone had posted was really, really important. Thank you all again for tuning on in. Let's get right on into it, shall we? So we're going to pick off where we left off yesterday. We left off at the 35-minute mark. I'm also going to be referencing an older video of Umar. Many of you guys have seen this video, at least clips of it, and that's this video right here.
I want to keep you from your but you do not have a right to put your hands on her ever for any reason. You got to walk away. There's no excuse for that. The black man hard and sick, but not with this child.
Oh, I ain't never seen you on Oprah. In America, mothers are more likely to prevent interaction between father and child for personal reasons rather than factors relevant to child development. This ain't just black women either. Ladies, the child came through you, but it don't belong to you. Not from an African frame of reference. Study your culture. If you want to go back to Egypt, at least study how the families were viewed, okay? The child comes through you, but it belongs to the community. You have to get rid of this consciousness that says, that's my child. I carried her. I carried him. They look just like me, not you. It don't matter if you spit them out. That's still their daddy. It takes two to make that child, not one. And guess what?
See, now it's about the daddy. He was talking about the African, blah, blah, this, but see, he's been a deadbeat the whole time. And yeah, exactly. See, he's something else.
If you try to do it by yourself, you're going to make a mistake because God did not design humanity to be raised in a house of one parent. See, you need 50% feminine energy and you need 50% masculine energy. That's the balance. All of us are half male, half female, but one dominates or should. Okay? Stop laughing!
Okay. So we'll come back and reference this as we progress through this other video, but the hypocrisy in this guy is incredible. Real quick, Iceman Vamp says he's probably going to blame his daughter for the school not opening in September. Yeah, he'll blame somebody. That's what he does. It's narcissistic. Narcissists never want to hold themselves accountable. They always blame everyone else. They perceive themselves to be, and not all, but in Umar's case, he perceives himself to be the perpetual victim. Really, his victimhood is the excuse. So however anyone's victimizing him, that's the excuse for his failures in life. And he's a habitual failure. He's failed at everything. You see, he doesn't have a job. He's homeless. Okay, he's failed at fatherhood. He's failed as a school psychologist. He hasn't worked as a school psychologist since 2010, 2011. He's failed with this school scam that he conceptualized in 2004. See, he's failed in terms of managing and being a proper steward of the money that he's raised, $2.7 million, my best estimate, but I can prove $2 million right now. He's failed at everything, you see. So in the midst of having this grandiosity and believing that he's so great, and also believing that he's like God's gift, because he has a God complex too, and believing that he's so great, whenever he fails, he has to blame someone else. See what I'm saying? So that's what Umar does. And there may come a time later on down the line where he'll blame his daughter for why FDMG didn't open in September. Just like he blamed his daughter for why he wasn't in her life. Yesterday was crazy. He was saying that, that she checked out. In other words, his daughter, who was around 10 years old, that she decided she abandoned Umar. And you weren't thinking about me. Wait a minute. You're the parent. You see, so he has to play the victim. He has to make it seem as if other people did him wrong because he doesn't hold himself accountable for being a deadbeat. Someone else posted too, and I just blocked him because I don't want to hear this bullshit. Umar paid his child support, so he's not a deadbeat. No, Umar, first of all, just because you pay your child support doesn't mean that you're not a deadbeat. See, a deadbeat not only handles a true father not only handles the financial aspect of in supporting the child, but it's also they're present in the child's life. In point of fact, that him being present in the child's life, that should take precedence over everything. That's the most important thing that a father could do. But Umar didn't do that with his 3 children, at least. He made 3 baby mamas, 3 broken homes. He created 3 baby mamas, 3 children, and hasn't taken care of his babies. He's a deadbeat. And the other point I want to make is, did Umar pay child support on time? The answer is no. He had consistently has his license revoked. He had bench warrants. He had all kinds of things trying to locate his income. This guy and he admits it, He let it accumulate for many months. And then when they call him into child support to pay, then he would pay it. So no, he's a straight up deadbeat bum. No excuses. Okay. All right. Thank you, Iceman Vamp, for the super chat. He's going to come up with some excuse. Watch. Matt says, Umar wants 2 wives, but his daughter can't have one. Damn. Don't do that. Don't do that, Matt. Sometimes, Matt, you be saying stuff you should be saying. Okay. All right. Thank you for the stupid chat. What's up, last call? How you been? Hope you're doing all right. I appreciate you. Jesus Christ in the building as well. Iceman Vamp also says his 10-year-old daughter went to the store to get a pack of Newports and you didn't have to say Newport. Say a carton of milk. And it never came back to Umar. That's it. Abandoned Umar. That's not even funny. I mean, it's funny, but it's not funny. Thanks, Iceman Vamp. Man, you crazy. Well, how's it going, Dre? Thanks for tuning on in. Brandon's in the building as well. Appreciate you. Jacksonville's in the building as well. Laurie, thank you so much. Okay. I'll be giving some shout outs as we continue through this live stream. We got plenty to get into today. Hope y'all doing all right. Okay. My children, they're still on spring break. My son, he had orthodontics today, but we all went together and then we went and got food. We went to Walmart to get stuff. Then we went and got 2 children. They wanted, what is that called Panda Express. And then the other child wanted Taco Bell. And then after that, we went to Costco and sat inside the parking lot so they could finish their meal. I didn't have anything, but they finished their meal. And then we went into Costco, bought a whole bunch of stuff, and then came home and it just was been chilling. So I've been busy today. I hope everyone's had a wonderful day, and we got plenty to get into. Okay. All right. Yeah, he be tripping. Sometimes what he be saying is funny, but it's like, come on now. Okay. Okay, let's get into it. So this is the video right here. We're going to go to the 34-minute mark. We're at the 35-minute mark. We'll go to the 34-minute mark, and we'll get into it. It looks like we're about halfway through. So I'm hoping that we can at least get through this video today. Okay. All right, here we go.
Bible. Go get your Bible and tell your mother to put her hand on that Bible.
Tell your mama.
Tell your mother to put her hand on that Bible. And tell her to swear that she never told your father you will be with both of us or neither one of us. Tell her to take it to the Bible. Your mother is a Christian. Tell her to swear on the Bible that she didn't tell me you will be with both of us or neither one of us. And then you said, when I get married, will you walk me down the aisle? When I get married, will you walk me down the aisle? When I get married, will you walk me down the aisle? Baby Smurf, if you are marrying a man that I approve of, I will walk you down the aisle if you would like. If you marry a man, I understand that you have been drafted into the Rainbow Army. I don't agree with that at all, but I love you as my child. It will not affect our relationship, but do not ever ask me to co-sign or support.
He doesn't even have a relationship with his daughter. This guy, he's sick.
Something that I am vehemently against. I will not walk you down the aisle if you're marrying a woman. Let me say that one more time. I will not walk you down the aisle if you're marrying a woman, nor will your wife be allowed in my house. You will be allowed in my house.
Umar doesn't have a house. He's been homeless since 2019. We covered this yesterday. Here we go.
Your wife will not, because I do not support that lifestyle. I love all African people. I love you as my child. I love all African people. I love you as my child, but I will not co-sign that. Mama Smurf, I can't believe you let our daughter get caught up in that nonsense. Mama Smurf, I cannot believe you allowed our daughter to get caught up in this nonsense. You should have gave me my baby. I'm talking to Mama Smurf. When you knew you ran out of energy raising our child, when you knew you didn't want to raise her anymore because I wasn't going to marry you, you should.
See this? See what he's saying? No, the mother has been raising this child. to date. But he's trying to make it seem, this is the narrative that he's painting, is that the mama didn't want to deal with the baby anymore. You see this guy? Yeah, she's grown now. She's grown now. Yeah, that's what this is. He's projecting. That's exactly what he's doing. See? Mr. Independent says, crazy Wolfman beard to cover the gross face. No, let's not bring that up. We're not going to bring up the bumpity bump. We're not going to do that. And even still, though, he would actually have to have the beard, this part of the beard, grow over his lip, because it's huge. Ain't nothing that he can do about that. I don't know if there's a remedy. I don't mean to talk about it, but if there's a remedy that he can get some sort of a treatment, I don't know. But there's no amount of. He would have to grow his beard. The mustache would have to go cover at least over his top lip. And it doesn't help that Umar's filthy either. This video right here looks like he just rolled out of bed, and he didn't shower. Obviously, he didn't bathe. He didn't get himself cleaned up. No, he just wanted to do this rant. Then he has this belt like a little child. He has to have a belt because it gives him comfort, but it gives him comfort as he's ranting. But it also, the optics, he wants this to translate to his followers that he's in control. He's a champion. He's at war. It's a battle, and he's fighting against these evil black baby mamas and the daughters that they've turned against him, etc. Umar, he's a trip for sure. Yeah, he definitely a crazy wolf man, though. I'll tell you that. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Yeah, I know, Titi Rivera. Umar, he is he's a disgusting individual. Anyone who would get online and do this, I know I talked about this yesterday, so I'm not going to rehash it too much, but anyone who would get online to disrespect their child or to demean their child or try to chastise their child or correct them or discipline their child, they're on some bullshit. See, they're on some bullshit. That's not the appropriate place to do it. It should be done offline. But if you don't have a relationship with the child, that's on you. I'm talking about Umar. You can also, this is also applies to Jamal too, Umar's daddy. See, if you don't have a relationship, a positive relationship with your child that you've built over time, then you're not going to be able to deal with this offline. But you don't take it online. See, that's what Jamal did to Umar, and that's what Umar is now doing to his daughter. See, just it's highly dysfunctional. It's highly dysfunctional, and quite frankly, it's disgusting. It's diabolical. Okay, it goes to show you the lack of care that's present in Umar for his daughter, and it also showed in the past the lack of care that Jamal had for Umar. See? All right. This is not the way to do it, and it's even worse. I would propose that it's worse with Umar doing it to his child, because his child is suffering. She's younger. She's in her early 20s. Whereas when Jamal started first chastising Umar was probably about 45, maybe 44, something like that. I have all the videos. I can pull them up and play them for you guys. But the point is that in this case, like father, like son, Thanks, Steve Vetta, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Here we go.
Should have gave her to me. You know why you didn't give her to me? You know why you didn't give Baby Smurf to her father?
Hey, lady, how you doing?
You didn't give Baby Smurf to her father because your hatred for me was greater than your love for your daughter. Your hatred for me was greater than your love for your daughter. You should have given me my baby once you realized you no longer wanted to raise her.
Okay, there's no evidence that she no longer wanted to raise her. In point of fact, she raised her. Umar, you were absent. You're projecting. See how much this guy lies? What's up, Daryl? This guy lies so much. Yeah, totally disrespecting the person who stayed and was present in the baby's life. Just like Jamal. See, Jamal and Umar, they got some similarities. I'm starting to think that Jamal has some narcissistic personality traits. Okay. Remember when that article was written about Jamal, and I referenced it inside of the documentary. When it was written about Jamal, Jamal does not even speak about Barbara. Okay. See, that was his first wife. He impregnated someone prior to her too, though. But the point is that he didn't even reference her. He has disdain for her. See, and so the idea, how in my mind, the way I see this is that just as Jamal Johnson didn't stay the course with his, really it should have been his second family, with Barbara. Well, Umar didn't stay the course with what would have been his first family. Okay, you guys understand what I'm saying? That's who he calls Mama Smurf. See, but who were the people that stayed to deal with the children consistently. See, it was the mamas. And who were the people who were out and about doing their thing? Well, that was Umar and that was Jamal. See, I have it where Jamal actually admit, I can play it for you guys. It's a trip. See, it's interesting how fathers who weren't shit in the past, later on in life, they try to rewrite the script as if they were these great fathers when they weren't even there consistently. And in Umar's case, wasn't there at all. You see, but I have Jamal actually talking about how he wasn't there to raise this second family, these kids with the second family. Okay, I actually have that. He doesn't know that I have it, but I have it. Okay. Anyway, the irony of all this, one other thing I want to point out though too is that when Umar speaks about his daughter, it's more as if she's some object, like a possession. Give me my daughter, give me my child, but not as if he's saying, listen, I love her and I want to be a part of her life. No, it's more like it's an object that I want to control. Umar's huge on control, but Jamal's the same way. He tried to do that with Umar. You see, that he wanted to check Umar. Part of it was, in my opinion, was jealousy, but he was clout chasing off of Umar's success. And as a parent, I'm going to say it, as a narcissistic parent, he felt as if he needed to disparage Umar for clout so that to make himself appear to be better. And you'll find that narcissistic parents, they're like that. Like you can tell them something like, let's say if you have a grandchild, my grandchild, they're getting straight A's in the 5th grade. And they'll say, oh, I got straight A's in 5th grade and 6th grade too. See? This child, they just won a medal for swimming. Oh yeah. Well, I won a lot of medals with swimming. How many did she win? Oh, she only won one. Oh yeah, I won about 3. So there's always like this competition, and that's Jamal and his relationship with Umar. See, Umar goes to Ghana, Jamal goes to Ghana. See, Umar gets degrees, Jamal goes to get degrees. There's nothing wrong with getting a degree in as you get older, because I did the same thing. But if you're already retired, you see what I'm saying? And you can still do it then, but this is just Jamal trying to clout chase off Umar, trying to outdo Umar, even him criticizing Umar. In fact, when Umar went onto the Breakfast Club, and I can pull it up, Jamal was upset because he felt as if Umar should have been talking about what Jamal had been talking about, which was stop killing us. Well, what Jamal should have done is built his own platform instead of leeching off of his son's success in social media and get his ass on to the Breakfast Club, and then he can spit that message. But the truth of the matter is that it's more about competition, and it's also about control. See, he wanted to control Umar, but see, he wasn't present long enough inside Umar's life to give him any direction. And that's why when he couldn't control Umar through offline, he had to go online and chastise Umar. See, but just like Umar's doing, he's trying to control his daughter by intimidating her and bullying her. He's trying to intimidate the mother, so forth and so on. So interesting similarities between these two. Okay. And I have all the receipts. I can pull it all up. Let's see. Craig, what's up, Craig? Says that's disturbing, calling someone baby Smurf, you big FDMG koala bear. Yeah, it really is. It's quite juvenile too. Why not call her my daughter and just be that way, or my dear daughter, and just that would be it. See? No, he has to call her baby Smurf, and he has to call her mother Mama Smurf. See, and the mama's father, Papa Smurf, whatever he said, grandfather Smurf. See, all the way down the line, Grandma Smurf. He referred to the baby's. I know she's grown, but I'm just saying this is how I am. His oldest daughter's grandmother. See, and that's Umar's way of taking shots. Okay, it's a very passive aggressive. His father's like that too. They'll take passive aggressive shots. You see, but it's more of an act of cowardice. Instead of dealing with things directly, and in particular, instead of acknowledging someone's human worth, then you devalue them, and you do that by calling your own daughter baby Smurf. See, yeah, it's very disturbing. But the truth is, Craig, that this is Umar Johnson. This is his behavior. This isn't any different than what he's done in the past. It's just he's doing it now to his own daughter, which is very telling, and it proves Umar's character. I've told people about this for a very long time. It proves Umar's character. He doesn't care. He's a deadbeat, and he'll go through all lengths to try to do damage control based upon how this reflects on his image, just like his daddy. See, when Umar was cutting up and speaking out on different things, Jamal had a problem. His main issue was how Umar, his behavior and his rhetoric would reflect poorly on Jamal. It wasn't because he had a concern for his son, Umar. It wasn't because he loved Umar so much that he wanted to correct behavior. No, that's not it at all. On one hand, it was competition, okay, from Jamal to Umar, okay. But the other thing is that Jamal saw Umar as someone that he wanted to actually clout chase off of, and because Umar was in the limelight and still is to this day, Jamal took that as an opportunity to try to chastise Umar, but it was more as an attempt to try to control and try to put himself in a position where at least it appears to the rest of the world that, listen, Umar's behavior, it has nothing to do with me. Not only was I there, even though he wasn't when he was a child, I'm also here now. But the truth is that they didn't have a functional relationship. See? So again, a lot of what we see with Umar and how he's treating his daughter is similar to how Jamal Johnson did Umar, and not just Umar when Umar was an adult, but also when Umar was a child. Okay, I would propose that a lot of Umar's issues stem from of how he was treated by his father. See, all right. Thanks, Craig, for the super chat. Lewis Suck says, how many STDs has this guy spread? He's probably not protecting himself nor the women he's laying down with. We also know he had the bump. Yeah, I haven't thought about how many diseases, but I know that Umar's sexually promiscuous lifestyle is a serious problem, especially since he has the bumpity bump. See, and again, I can pull it up and show it to you. I can pull up the video where Tariq Nasheed actually explains that and how it was in hidden colors and so forth and so on. We did this. I think we talked about this last week. But see, the other thing, Lewis Suck, is that Umar, he had that bump a long, long time ago, way before Hidden Colors. See, and that's one of the reasons why I have a level of compassion for Umar. I don't defend him, okay? All right, I'm not a defender of Umar, but I have a level of compassion. He's been through some things. See, but it's still not an excuse. It's not an excuse for Umar to behave like he's behaving, especially at the age of 50, for treating his daughter the way that he's treating his daughter, for going on these rants with no self-control. There's no excuse for that at the age of 50. You see, Umar needed help, and what he needed earlier on was psychological help. He did not need to be shipped off to a military academy, in my opinion, because that separated him from the only source of comfort that he had, which was his mama. That's not what he needed. What Umar needed was proper intervention from professionals, psychologists, and psychiatrists to help him deal with the mental health issues that he had. And a lot of those mental health issues, in my opinion, stems from childhood trauma. That's why I have a level of compassion for Umar. And some of this trauma is directly related to his father and what his father decided to do, not just when Umar was in the 9th grade, but for his father being absent for such an extended period of his life. But then also later on, his father abandoning the family which would have been Umar Johnson's family, abandoning that family and moving on and doing other things with another family. And nothing wrong with that per se, but still Umar feeling abandoned. All that plays a role. See, it all plays a role with Umar. So this ought to say that Umar, he's reckless. He has some issues. Obviously, there's that bumpity bump. Who knows what else? And he lives a sexually promiscuous lifestyle. There's no telling how many women he's passed this on to. And the truth be told, he shouldn't be out there living like that in the first place. But he's been living like this for decades now. Okay, it's a problem. Thanks, Little Sec, for the super chat. Miss Independent My Way says, wrong to out your kid online. It's up to her. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah, it's not something that you should do as a parent. You see, and Umar's doing it to the extreme. Okay, and it seemed like it was simmering down, right? And really, ain't nobody thinking about it. I was ready to start talking about FDMG again. Okay, but then he does these videos this weekend. It's been simmering in him. He's been upset. It's what Black Anonymous calls it. Let me see. Yeah, we'll get to this today. We'll get to this. Excellent. It was excellent piece. Narcissistic collapse. That's based upon a narcissistic injury. See. Yeah, we should get to this today. Thank you so much, Miss Independent, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Okay, let's get going here. Okay, we're already 30 minutes in, but I told myself we're gonna get going here today because we got to, at the very least, we have to be able to get through this particular video. All right, so let me go ahead and pull this up. Here we go.
Your hate for me was greater than your love for our child, and that is why we are where we are. Young black men, please learn from our mistakes. Young black men, please learn from our mistakes. There are women out here who will get pregnant by you on purpose, thinking they're going to become the wife. And when they don't, they will ostracize you from your child. It happened to me twice. And we're going to talk about the second one in depth in a minute.
In depth, not depth. Again, he doesn't mention his third baby mama. Okay. And the reason why is because that third baby mama was in her early 20s and Umar was he was 43. Okay. When she put him on child support. There was a post I'm trying to find. I can't find it, but it's directly related to this. But I'll keep looking. Here we go.
It happened to me twice. Both of my daughter's mothers wanted to be married. And when I would not do it automatically, shotgun style. Shotgun. They wanted a shotgun marriage. And when I did not do it, they ostracized me from my child. Brothers, wrap up the shotgun.
See, he has to be the victim.
Go stick. No more broken homes. No more broken homes. I apologize to my race.
Listen, he's already created 3. He's not going to admit to the third, though. Truth, Views, and Logic says, remember when Umar left King Randall hanging while refusing to return the payment? Who showed up instead? Jamal. Yeah, but that was Jamal. See, Jamal is crafty. See, Jamal showed up because he wanted to use it as an opportunity to take a passive-aggressive shot at Umar. That's what that is. I want y'all to think about this, right? The information comes out where King Randall, hit the one, if people understand what I'm saying here, where King Randall exposed Umar because Umar scammed him out of, I think it was like $3,000, $3,020, $200 and something dollars, something to that effect. I reported on it. Yeah, I talked about it. I actually showed the receipts. It will be in the documentary. And then not too long after it's exposed, then Jamal decides to go down there to Atlanta. I think it's in Atlanta to visit King Randall. Y'all think that wasn't by accident? King Randall's been around for years. Why did he do that years and years and years ago? No, he takes it as an opportunity. He watches my videos. I'm talking about Jamal. He knows what was taking place. So what does he do? He said, okay, my son, he done scammed. Let me go down here. But not because he was being supportive of Umar. And not because he was so supportive of King Randall, because he could have done that shit years ago. He did that to take a subliminal shot at Umar. Hit the one. It's the competition thing. Okay, my son scammed me. Let me go down there. It's a photo op. He's the ultimate clout chaser. See, because if Umar wasn't his son, no one would know about him whatsoever. No one would care about anything. And he's only relevant to the discussion that I have on my YouTube page because I mainly focus on Umar. But if Jamal Johnson got on and he took all his social media down, which, like I said, is a bitch move. He took all his social media down because his granddaughter started spilling the beans, you see, about Umar being a deadbeat. And it reflects poorly on who? On Umar, but it also reflects poorly on who? On Jamal. That's why he did that. And he also tried to discourage the daughter from speaking out. What kind of grandfather does that? You see what I'm saying? So with Jamal, that's why he took all this shit down, because he doesn't want everything to be a poor reflection on him. That's what I mean by the narcissistic aspect of this. I think he's a narcissistic parent. I think that Umar picked up some of these traits from him. You see, the point being is that just like a narcissist would do, I'm going to use this as an opportunity to take a subliminal shot at my son. And that's what he did. See, just like he was taking shots at Umar. And that's what I criticized Jamal for in the first place. You should never come out and speak ill of your son online, especially if you were not present in his life consistently enough to keep him on the right track in the first place. See? So that whole King Randall thing and Jamal going down there, that's just, it's reflective of family dysfunction, nothing more. It goes to show you character in Jamal. It also shows the mentality of Jamal. He's using that as an opportunity to take a shot at Umar. Let me rephrase this. He's using that situation as an opportunity to take a shot at his own son. Am I a defender of Umar? No. But right is right and wrong is wrong. And what Jamal did in the past to Umar was wrong. What he did more recently when he was trying to G-check Umar and control him, narcissistic parent, that was wrong. What he did with King Randall is wrong. And what he's doing now here in 2025 is wrong too. Okay? He ain't learned this lesson. Okay? And what did I say? I said he should keep his fucking mouth closed. but he don't listen. See, the narcissism and the ego. See, he feel like ain't nobody telling him anything either. I'm giving him fatherly advice from a father who's raising children. I've been in my children's life from the beginning. See, I don't have all these baby mamas out here. I don't have all these kids spread out all over the place. You best believe that even if I had all these kids spread out all over the place, I wouldn't be living in other countries and shit. You see what I'm saying? So what he should have done is shut the fuck up. He shouldn't have said anything from the beginning, and he definitely shouldn't be saying anything now. He ain't learned this lesson. He's hard-headed like Umar. See, that's one thing I can say about Umar. He hard-headed. They're the same way. Okay, let's go.
I apologize to my elders. I apologize to my supporters. But I want to be clear. No man should be blamed alone for a broken home, because women do as much breaking of homes as men.
There he go. He has to make it about the women. He can't hold himself fully accountable. He ain't sent me no threats. He's been a bugaboo. He ain't sent me no threats. See? And see, listen, if he did, I know one damn thing. He ain't learned from his son. I'll tell you that right now. See, listen, I don't play that shit. When it comes to bullies, I don't play that. See, I bully the bully. Okay, I'm gonna be arrogant right now. That's what the fuck I do. I bully the bullies who going around fucking with people. That's what I do. See, I'm a defender of people. See, just like I consider myself to be a defender of all of the women that Umar has ran through and sexually exploited, and all of the people that he done used their money to pay his child support so he can get hotels and motels, so that he can deal with his substance abuse issues, so that he can go out gambling and shit. See, that's what I do. See, so if anybody's making any threats to me, I really don't give a shit, because see, Umar should have learned his lesson a long time ago. If he had kept his fucking mouth closed, I would have been done talking about his ass a long time ago. See, and I already told Jamal to shut his fucking mouth too. Okay, he can run it. He can run it all he wants to, but in the bigger scheme of things, he's irrelevant. See, Umar's relevant. Jamal is not. And Jamal has jealousy issues dealing with Umar. Jamal spent all this time in his later years. It's not even a long time. When it comes to this timeline, it's more recent, trying to be this community activist, quote unquote, grassroots. And he's trying to keep up and try to keep pace with Umar and Umar's influence in the so-called Black conscious space as a quote unquote activist. Not necessarily grassroots, more virtual online, if this makes sense to people. But he can't keep pace. There's nothing that he can do. See, Umar's a celebrity. Jamal's a nobody. Okay? So, I mean, they can get on and issue whatever threats that they want to. It doesn't make any difference to me. Umar tried that shit, and you see where we're at today. It's not going to stop me from telling the truth. See? There's nothing that Jamal can say that's going to stop me from telling the truth. See? I have... I tell you what, maybe we need to do a series on Jamal. Okay. Now, Southern Happiness, I've known you for a long time, so I'm gonna take your word for it. Okay. Normally, I'll tell someone, hey, well, I ain't heard it, so you're gonna have to provide me with a seat. But I'll take your word for it. Okay. You've been credible. I've known you for a long time. I think even before Umar shit. I will say this: that if threats were issued, it ain't gonna make me no damn difference. See, because you can't bully the person who bullies the bully. And that's real talk. See, I'm him. All right. Now, I know I sound arrogant, but see, I know my role and I know my place. See, I'm gonna say that again. I know my role and I know my place. Jamal doesn't know his place. Okay. All right. Real quick, truth using. Okay, I got that one already. Okay. And then Holly B. How's it going, Holly B? Holly B around a long time too. Said, at Lenon, I appreciate you, and you're a real one. The threats and idiocracy thrown at you don't get you off your spot. This man is a danger to our community. Yeah, and I've received plenty of threats. It's just the way that I operate is that if people try to punk me, then I go harder, and it's really that simple. See. I'm one of them kind of people that, and I'm real calm and peaceful, and I tend to try to defend people who are being abused or who are taken advantage of. You know, that's just how I am. But I'm not the type of person that's going to be going around trying to cause problems. But if you come at me wrong, just be prepared. See, and I have all the receipts. See, Jamal, what Jamal doesn't want. Let me tell you what Jamal doesn't want. I'm going to tell you what Jamal's real issue is. See, he knows that I know more than what he wants people to know. Okay, including that lawsuit that he tried to file against the post office, trying to come up on some money. Okay. But and I'm not going to say too much out of respect for the dead, so rest in peace. But I'm going to tell you all that there's a long history of filing these frivolous lawsuits to try to get over on people and get that money. Some of y'all know what I'm talking about. You can hit the one. But out of respect for the dead, I'm not going to speak on it. See? Jamal is of the same ilk. He's of the same ilk. He's of the same mentality. And guess what? Umar is too. See? He's afraid that because the daughter's coming out and exposing all this, that more and more information is going to come out about all the family dysfunction that's present. And I know about some of it. I ain't going to say I know about most of it, but I know about enough of it. See, just like he tried to silence his granddaughter. Well, now that I'm speaking about a lot of these family dynamics, based upon what Southern Napkin said, it sounds as if Umar is trying to issue, or Umar daddy trying to issue threats to silence me. Well, that doesn't work with me. It just doesn't. You know, it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like whatever. Right? See, Umar should have learned the lesson. And Umar's daddy, who should have some wisdom as someone who should be functioning as an elder, he should have learned from his son that I'm not the one to fuck with. Okay? And that's real talk. All right. Thank you, Holly B. Okay, we got to get going here. Chad says, in no way am I supporting Umar's BS, but these black mamas or baby mamas will play kids against their father. Please reply to my email. Let me go check. Let me check the email. Yeah, it can happen. Okay. But in Umar's case, he has 3 baby mamas that he's absent in the children's lives. You mean to tell me that all 3? No. Umar, he comes from dysfunction. He's a dysfunctional individual. Now, Chad, you may have had a personal experiences that speaks to this dynamic, but don't think that because Umar is now spinning this narrative that now he's there to represent you in your experience. That's not the case at all, because he's been talking about shit about people, black men in particular, who aren't raising their kids or who their kids, you know, the baby mama this and baby mama, and that you black men are the problem. Okay, so don't get this twisted. This is what I mean. You got to be careful with Umar because he's a master manipulator. As soon as this shit hits the fan, Umar has to begin to spin the narrative so that you black men out there who's really had some serious issues with your baby mamas, now you can jump on his side. See? So he tells these stories and he knows what to say because he's a deadbeat. He knows what to say to rally men who have had men who may be trying to make excuses, but also men who have had legitimate experiences with their baby mamas, wherein their baby mamas may have been doing things to disrupt the relationship that they were able to have with their daughters. But even still, there's no excuse. See, you fight and you fight and fight. That's what real men do. Okay. But Umar is crafty. See, he's crafty. And you black men out there who's had legitimate experiences like that, the kind that Umar is trying to, this narrative that he's trying to spin, don't be fooled by the great deceiver of our time. See, he's playing you. He's telling these stories now for damage control, for his reputation and his credibility. It's narcissism. He wants people to see him as the victim. Okay. And as he's doing this, he's rallying, he's at least attempting to manipulate and rally the troops, these black men who have had legitimate experiences with their baby mamas that were not necessarily positive. And the ones who are simply making excuses when what they really should have been doing is stepping up to the plate and being a better man so they can go through the process of being a better father to their child. Okay? He's a master manipulator. Okay, don't be fooled, Chad. Okay? He doesn't care about black men who are struggling with child support. He doesn't care about black men who've had experiences with baby mamas that weren't necessarily positive. He doesn't care. See, what he cares about, like a true narcissist, is attempting to rebuild his reputation, is damage control. And if he can manipulate you or any of these other black men out here, making you think that he gives a shit about you so that you rally behind him, he'll do that because that's what Umar does. See, but don't be fooled. So that's my message to you. All right, thanks for the super chat. Yellow Man says, put your bandana on when talking that talk, homie. Holmes. Yeah, you know, the one thing I can say is that Umar, he really did have it twisted, and I think Jamal has it twisted too. See, I'm not gonna have no man punk me. I don't give a shit who you think you are. It's not gonna happen. Okay, so keep running your mouth. Okay, keep doing what you're doing. But I know one damn thing. I don't got all these baby mamas out here. I don't got all these kids all out here. I ain't been living a sexually promiscuous lifestyle. I'm in my kid's life right now. Me and my wife, we've been together now for 24 years almost. You see what I'm saying? See, the one thing I can tell y'all, and then we got to get going, is that it fascinates me how you have these older black men who should be functioning as elders, who should have wisdom, how they attempt to rewrite their life script and their legacy by saying that they did all these wonderful things, narcissism, and how they're great, narcissism, and how they're doing all these things, narcissism. And then when they talk about how they raised their children, they want to present themselves as if they were pristine and they were there consistently, and they were always there, but it's all a bunch of bullshit. Because truth be told, they created baby mama after baby mama after baby mama. They created broken families after broken families after broken families. They were out there like a rolling stone. But then when they get into their eldership, they want to rewrite the script. And then come in on the back end to chastise their son, who ain't shit, when they weren't even there to deal with the son consistently enough so that he didn't turn out to be shit. See? I'm going to tell you, true wisdom comes from men who acknowledge their failures, which I always do. I hold myself accountable. Okay. And then when we come into eldership, we don't try to act like we all sedity and we did all these wonderful things. No, we own everything. We don't blame other people. We don't make excuses. See, we don't clout chase on our sons. We don't go online going at our kids. That's some bullshit. That's not what true eldership is. I'm going to tell you what true eldership is. Shut your fucking mouth. See? And what you do is on offline, you deal with your family offline. You deal with your children offline. See, but if you don't have a history of doing that, you don't have the bridge to cross over back into your child's life. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is it in this example with Umar? Let's look at Umar. In the example of Umar, whose fault is it that he doesn't have a relationship with his daughter? The baby mamas? No. This child been grown. It's Umar. Okay? Part of being a man is holding yourself accountable, recognizing your faults, and doing better. That's all. Okay? All right. But see, they get it twisted because when I do these shows, normally I keep my composure. I ain't, you know, I'll be letting loose sometimes, you know, and I don't necessarily look the part either. But listen, real talk, I grew up and I had relatives that was gang banging, and I'm talking about close relatives, cousins too, that was out in them streets, and I've seen enough in my life. You see, so don't get the shit twisted. Thanks, Yellow Man. Iceman Vamp says, Lenon ain't no killer, but don't push him. Real talk. That's basically what I'm saying. You see? I ain't about all that. See? But I'm not the one. See, Umar, he should have learned that lesson. And see, his daddy, he should have learned that lesson through Umar. Okay. And I haven't watched the video. I downloaded, but I haven't watched the video where he probably was on there whining and complaining, and he was attacking me, and blah, blah, blah. He's such a bugaboo. Just get offline. You already took all your social media out. That was a bitch move. It just disappeared. Don't nobody give a shit. It's silly. Anyway, and how old is he? It's ridiculous. Holly B says, a man or woman's advanced age does not automatically elevate them to elder if they lack the wisdom. You're absolutely right about this. I totally agree. And we will let them know that too. That's real talk. Those people aren't elders. They're just old fools. And I totally agree. See, it's foolish for Jamal to even be online in the first place. It was foolish for him to come online and chastise Umar. Am I defending Umar? No. I've said this over and over again. See, it's just foolishness. I'm gonna tell you what this shit is. It's ghetto shit. That's what it is. There's another word I was gonna use that starts with an N, but I'm not gonna use that right here. It ends with an A. But it's some ghetto shit. That's what it is. But see, it proves the quality and character. See? It proves the dysfunction that's been present. And a lot of dysfunction comes out of choices that Jamal made. See? Again, like I said, I give him credit because for his, really, that would have been his third family. He did a lot better. I give him credit for that. See? I give him credit for that. See, but true wisdom would tell him as an elder, if he was an elder. Okay, I don't see him as an elder. I actually think he's slow. Just being real. Okay, I was telling myself not to say that, but I think he's slow. Okay, but what a true elder would have done is they would have said, "Hey, wait a minute. I didn't do too well with that. What would have been my first family. I didn't do too well with that second family. I did better with the third family. But let me have enough humility to acknowledge that with the first and the second, I didn't do too well. And so now that Umar has come to fame, and now that everyone's talking about him, he's on the Breakfast Club, let me not come out and speak ill of my son." That's wisdom. See? And that's why he's not respected as an elder. Not by me. No. He's an old fool. Okay? Real talk. Thank you, Holly B. All right, let's keep going here. We got to get going. We got plenty to get into. We could do a whole show on Jamal. I mean, I got all these videos. I have videos where he told Umar that he said, "You're dead to me." What kind of father does that? See, what kind of man? All right, let's keep going here. Thank you all so much again for tuning on. Let me also check this poll because I haven't checked it yet. There is a poll question, and it's dealing with Umar, his the narrative that he's spinning. The poll question is, how much of Umar's narrative about his first baby mama is true? We got about 700 votes so far. Make sure you get your vote in. How much of it is true? 55% said 0%. 27% said 20%. In other words, 27% of the people who voted said that 20% of the narrative is true. 7% of the people who voted said that 50% of the narrative is true. And 10% of the people who voted said that 100% is true. And those 10%, you guys are delusional. Because remember, Umar said, we said it yesterday, that Umar said that he kept these different things from with the baby's birthday and all the stuff. And he said he had the cakes. You mean to tell me you kept the cakes from her second birthday? You kept it could have been the first birthday, right? That you kept it for 20 years? So how can you say 100% that everything that he's saying is true? And that's just one thing that he brought up. Okay, so there's no way that it could be 100% because there's no way that someone's going to keep a birthday cake from their daughter for 20 years. Umar said it. He said it yesterday. Hit the one. I ain't making it up. All right, thanks to everyone who voted so far. Okay, if you guys are so inclined, go ahead and get your vote in. We got about 300 likes so far. Our goal for today is 500. All right. Okay, and then Louis Suck says, I want to see the boxing match of at Caesar's Palace, the Geezers at Caesar's too, featuring Jamal Bugaboo Johnson. He is a bugaboo. I should pull up with the when he was emailing me, and he was sending me emails. He was sending me messages on Facebook, weird messages on Facebook over and over again. Facebook, on YouTube. He was, in addition to sending me messages on YouTube, he was sending me he was posting on YouTube over and over again. He's a bugaboo. You know, I think his goal has been, I think it continues to be, that he wants relevancy and he sees Umar as competition because he wants to be like Umar. Okay, but he doesn't have the skill set of Umar. I mean, Umar's still a master manipulator and a deadbeat, but Jamal doesn't have that. He doesn't have that. He just needs to own up to that. But I think it's a narcissistic parent type of a dynamic where they feel as if they're in competition with their children. You see, he's a bugaboo. See, he's a bugaboo, and he should never have come out, like I said, to speak out against Umar. He should not have come out in support of Umar either, because he wasn't even present in Umar's life. He was just clout chasing. See, I have this video where he explains that, you know, I put Umar's name inside of the title because I am Umar Johnson's father. He has to say Umar Johnson's father because otherwise don't nobody know who this guy is. If he says Jamal Johnson, don't nobody. And See? So I am Umar. He clout chasing. I am Umar Johnson's father, and I put his name in the title because I want to make sure we reach enough people, as many people as we can. See? Big old bugaboo. Anyway, thanks for the super chat. SJ says Umar can't speak on what other black men do. He don't do right himself. Exactly. That's the hypocrisy. Umar, he's the ultimate hypocrite. See, I think that's one of the biggest issues I think that Umar is dealing with right now, is that he's been fully exposed as a hypocrite. But I've been telling people this for a long time. He's totally hypocritical. See, how are you going to tell black men that you shouldn't be dating outside the race, but he up here complimenting a white woman, talking about, hey, gorgeous. And we know what the game was. He put the camera on her body parts too. See? He's the ultimate hypocrite, telling you black men that y'all ain't shit because you ain't taking care of your kids, but he don't take care of his own kids. See? Telling you black men you need to marry these single mamas because we need to make sure they're taken care of too. And yet he's created at least 3 baby mamas. So it's on other black men. It's our responsibility to somehow make up for his sexual depravity. Huh? He's a total hypocrite. See? Thank you, SJ, for the super chat. And what's up, brother Jose? The 20-year-old cakes are in the time capsule in the foundation in the foundation of FDMG. Yeah, way down. I mean, it's got to be 10 feet down. There's a time capsule. The capsule. They dug it up. They dug up the hole. They put it down there. It was radiation down there. Brother Jose, you know what I'm talking about. It was radiation down there and all kind of shit. Godzilla, it was sleep down there. They put the capsule down there and closed it all up. And it's been sitting there for 20 years. All right. Shout out to Brother Jose. Appreciate you. Oh, man, that's wild. Okay, thank you for the super chat. Okay, we got to get going here, everybody. Hope y'all enjoying the show so far. We got plenty to get into. Here we go.
Men do. Can I get an ashe from our unapologetically African anti-snow bunny brothers? Women break up homes as much as men do. I'm going to say it again. Women break up homes as much as men do. Let me say it again. Women break up homes as much.
Remember, based upon Umar's story, what he said was that these women wanted to marry him, not break up the home, hit the one. See how much of a hypocrite he is? See, he's contradicting himself. See, this is what you're speaking to right here. Umar can't speak on what other black men do. He don't do the right thing himself. This is an example of it right now. See, hit the one. What he should have done is married at least one of these baby mamas. He got 3 of them, but he chose not to. See, but now he's trying to say, well, you know, these women are responsible for breaking up these homes more than the men. No, Umar, based upon what you said, clown, you said that they wanted to marry you, but you felt pressured and therefore you didn't want to marry them. And then you tell the story that they said that, hey, listen, if you don't marry me, it's either it's me and the baby or it's nobody, this kind of thing. See, they weren't trying to break anything up based upon what you were saying with your narcissistic ass. See, I'm gonna tell y'all, I think that at a certain point, see, Umar, he's a narcissist. Okay, I think his daddy is too. And what narcissists do is they're like shapeshifters. See, they'll present to you what they want you to see, and they'll give the illusion that there's something that they're not, so that they can get their claws into you. See, and so in Umar's case, this is what I think. I think that he was trying to be a nice guy so he can crush these cookies. He get up in there and skeet, get them pregnant. And then once they get pregnant, he starts to turn. And you guys know how Umar is. This guy, he's Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. He starts to flip. And over time, they started noticing this motherfucker is crazy. What the fuck? You see, this is what I think happened. Okay? I'm speculating here, but this is what I think happened. And so ultimately, they didn't want anything to do with him, not because they wanted to break up a home, because the person that Umar represented in the beginning was something that they thought was okay. This is someone I would want to be with. You see, in the first baby mama's case, oh, you know, he's getting one for his master's in psychology. You know, he's doing all these wonderful things. You know, he can speak well. You know, he's Big Papa. And they fell into this whole myth, just like the same thing nowadays. People think that Umar Johnson is this school psychologist. He's not a school psychologist. He just acts like it sometimes, but people believe it. See, he transforms and he morphs. Then on another time, he'll morph into the SETI rank, King Kong conscious, and he's talking all crazy, looking all like a damn fool, trying to be a thug, a fake thug. That's when his daddy came out and told him, dude, you ain't gangster. Yeah, he ain't gangster. He ain't got no street in him. He ain't got no manliness in him either, because his daddy wasn't there to train him right. Real talk. Hit the one. I have Umar. That was a alarm bell. I shouldn't do that because my wife's like, what are you doing? I have Umar. That was lighter. I have Umar saying, I was never taught to use my hand. How the fuck is that possible? He said, I was never taught to use my hand. That's why Umar's such a sissy today. He's a sissy. He's sissified. He's a sissy. That's what we called him back in the day. We call him a punk. He a punk. Why is he a punk, sissy punk? Because his daddy didn't raise him into being a man. And his daddy, when he went to the military, what was his initial roll call? He was an auto mechanic. I can pull up the picture. He's using his hands, changing out parts. Well, if you a fucking auto mechanic, why doesn't your son know how to use his hands? But because you weren't there. Get the one. Yeah, I'm not the one to fuck with. I'm not. I'm a nice guy, though. I don't want people to forget. I'm a nice guy. Okay. But don't step on my pinky toe and say, I just want to say hi. All right. Let's get back to it. You know me, I gotta let off sometimes. Ayo Jojo says, can we do a show of all the head movies? No, we can't, because the show's gonna be about 50 hours long. I already know, I haven't even read it yet, but I already know. Can we do a show of all the head movies and supposed activities the kids are going to do at FDMG? Rocket ships, pigs, driving from 5 states away, etc. Listen, I kid you not. That show, because I've taken notes on all the stuff that Umar said, all head movie stuff, and all the way from the earliest video that I found of Umar in 2005 all the way to 2019. I've taken notes. Okay. And that's not even all, because I still got to go through all. I already downloaded them, but all of the videos, I still got to go through all the videos from his Facebook page. I already downloaded it. And I still got to go through all the videos on an Instagram page, but a lot of the Instagram page for a sequence of years, for a number of years, are the same as the one on his Facebook page. But I'll outline that as I've downloaded them and so forth and so on. The point is, Jojo, literally, I kid you not, it would literally, I mean, it would take us days. And I'm talking about if we sat here for 24 hours a day, it would take us days to get through all of it. There's no way. Now, we could do a show where we just bring some of them up. I mean, I could do that right now. But in terms of one show to go through all, no, there's no way. By the time we done, boy, I tell you, it could be like 4 or 5 days. I kid you not. That's the one thing about Umar, is that he comes up with some of the most fanciful shit. None of it is head movies. That's what Black Dot called it a long time ago. It's head movies, because he's mental. He's just making up shit, and his mind start going, and it be some of the most, and none of it ever comes into fruition. See? I shouldn't say none. He did write 2 books. Okay, no source material, no scholarly, none of his peer review, none of that shit. So, high school students level shit. Okay, they don't even let you get away with that in high school, though. You ain't gonna source no credible sources. Come on now, cut it out. Okay? He threw 2 block parties, but he used black women to throw that block party. They're the ones that organized that, not Umar. Okay? But I still won't give him credit for that. I'll give him some credit for that. But there are, I kid you not, Ayo Jojo, there are literally thousands of things, head movies, that Umar said that he was going to do, and none of it has come into fruition. It's interesting, because there will be a day where people will look back at Umar and they will recognize him right away as someone who is simply mentally disturbed. And then they will say, how is it that this mentally disturbed individual was able to impact and influence so many black people? And you have black people that just believed in this shit. This guy's literally, he's batshit crazy. And part of the craziness is the fact that the head movies and all the different activities that we're going to do, the dirt bike team, and turn the kids into black rambles, and each quarter we're going to take them out into the wilderness, and we're going to build a FDMG what did he say, a FDMG observatory on the roof of these buildings. We're going to be able to see the surface of planets. We're going to teach the boys how to float ships. We're going to teach the boys how to fly airplanes. I kid you not, y'all. Anyone who ever finds this, I don't think it's online anymore, but if anyone has it and you send me this, I will cash app you $150. I'll cash app you 200. Okay. Or PayPal, whichever you prefer. There was a video. This is what I mean. This would literally, it would take us days. If we live stream for 24 hours a day, it would literally take us days. There is a video from a long time ago where Umar was talking about when you send your child to FDMG, at this time it's going to be a boarding school, and when you fly into the airport, your son is going to pick you up in a helicopter. Huh? And pick you up from the helicopter and then fly you to the school. And I said, what? I mean, what can we say about? I mean, what can anyone say about that, Ayo Jojo? This guy, he's out there. The head movies are extreme. I mean, real quick, let's say that this happens. let's say that somehow this happens. Okay, we gonna go there. We crazy too, like Umar. This would also mean that they would have to have a helipad at FDMG at the school. Okay. Remember, Umar said that the first class, the people that's going, the children it's going to be 4th through, what did he say? 4th through 6th grade or something like that. So you talking about these 4th, 5th, 6th grade going to be flying helicopter? Here we go. Yeah, he crazy. It would take forever. Okay. Thank you for the super chat, Jojo. Carby says, why have black baby mamas in the first place load that reference? Saying that a baby mama is the problem is essentially saying I have poor judgment, try condoms. Yeah, but again, the idea is to what it is. It's really using baby mamas as an excuse for sexual irresponsibility in black men. That's really what it is. So instead of a black man holding himself accountable, see, he just simply wants to say that it's the baby mama. See, if that was the case, you should see. That's the thing. That's why living a sexually promiscuous lifestyle or having sex with a woman that you don't really know or that you don't know well enough, that's on you, because ultimately you impregnate her as the man, not the other way around. Last time I checked, that's how it worked. Hit the one, unless I don't know. It's 2025. Shit, ain't no telling what's going on nowadays. The last time I checked, the man gets the woman pregnant, right? You get up in there. And you don't want to put that thing on that thing, and you with your pull-out game ain't all that cracking. Mine wasn't either. It's hard to pull out what you bump in there, and you say, let me just get one more thrust, let me get 2 more thrusts. But it don't never happen that way, because you guys admit it's something. It's a call of the wild. That's what it is. God made it that way. See? But God didn't make it that way so that you men would be irresponsible and having sex with any old body or with somebody that you don't really know, and then you ain't smart enough or intelligent enough to put a condom on that thing, and you get up in there and you get the huffing and puffing on top, and in some case flopping around like a seal lion, and then you know what's going to happen, and then the sperm going to do what the sperm going to do. And at that point, ain't nothing you can do about it. Whose fault is that? See? Did the woman make you do that? No. You got up in them skins and you didn't put the condom on. That's your, even if she's on birth control. See? It's still your responsibility to strap up. See? Because you don't put that on her, because what if she forgot or something? You ain't no telling. Because see, nature gonna do what nature does. Nature is designed to reproduce itself. That's something that black men need to understand. So if you don't want these babies with these baby mamas that you don't know all that well, or you thought that you knew, okay, understand that the way that nature works is always designed to reproduce itself. It don't matter. You look at the plants, animals, animal kingdom, it don't matter, whatever the case may be. Stars, same thing. You see what I'm saying? Everything is designed to reproduce itself. Knowing that with some intelligence means that you don't put your seed in anyone's hand, in your ability to reproduce in anyone else's hands. See? So what I'm getting at as part B is the idea that it's the baby mamas, they're the problem. No, it's essentially what black men need to understand is that the onus is on you because you're the one that impregnates them. It's not the other way around. Okay? So if you don't want the babies, you don't want to be there for the babies, well, keep your thing out of that cooch then. See? Did they force you to get up in that cooch? In most cases, no. 99.9% of the time, no. See? So whose responsibility is it? It's your responsibility. But part B, a lot of these black men, what they want to do, and a lot of men too in general, they want to take that responsibility and place it onto the women. But that's not the manly thing to do. That's not manly. That's not manly at all. See? You have to be responsible with your seed. We're not taught that though. And particularly in the black community, we're not taught that. See? The dudes back in the day that was having sex with all these different women, those were the ones that had the street cred. Y'all remember this shit? But those are also the ones that was deadbeats most of the time, weren't taking care of their kids, got all these baby mamas, then they want to cry about having to pay child support. Okay? That's real talk right there. Okay? Now, men, what you should do, find you one woman, spend enough time with her to where you know who she really is, but also know who the fuck you are too. Because a lot of times you the problem, but at least you so you can't have no excuse. At least find out what she's really about in the first place. Okay, make a commitment. Okay, and if you're gonna have some sex and you don't want no kids, well, just strap up, put on the condom, and enjoy yourselves. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Okay? That's nature. But if you ain't gonna strap up and you get up there and you bust one, as we used to say, you bust it out, don't whine and complain on the back end and blame the woman for anything when she get pregnant or even after the baby's born. See, that's your decision. Okay, that's what I'm saying. What men should, but black men should be doing this is find you one good woman, settle down, but make sure you're right too. Settle down, and that's it. You ain't got to have baby mama number 1. You don't have to have baby mama number 2. You ain't got to have baby mama 3. You don't got to have baby mama number 4. And all these kids all over the place. See? You ain't got to have that. See, I'm thankful. Every day I'm in my children's lives. We were driving all out. The young ones, older two, they grown. They do what they want to. But driving all over the place, just listening. We were listening to music. One of my daughters, she had connected her thing to the car, and she was playing a Weekend. I was bumping through. I started dancing. It sound good. I said, "Who is this?" That's the Weekend. Okay, yeah, some goofy guy. I don't know. Anyway, the young people like him. I don't know. It's just going to sound really good. He's really talented. Anyway, that's what I mean. It's the difference. And are there struggles? Yes. Do we have to make sacrifices? Yes. Do we have to learn how to do better? Absolutely. But the thing that we don't do as men is we don't blame other people, and we don't attempt to place responsibilities that are our own onto other people. We don't do that. It's on us. See? All right. Thanks, part B. Jason says, all I know is if Umar gets his 2 wives, they're going to be cramp. Yeah, all I know is if Umar gets 2 wives, they're going to be cramp as hell in that closet. Yeah, they just gonna be in there. Look, they're gonna be in there like this. Can you call? You want me to make you something? Make you a taco? Yeah, gonna make me a taco. Okay. The other one will be right there next to her. Hey, Umar, you want me to wash these dishes? No, don't worry about the dishes. They've been sitting there for two months. Don't worry about them. Okay. Oh boy. Anyway, yeah, it's gonna be real cramp up in there. Umar got some nerve talking about you can't come to my house. Umar, you ain't got a house. You got your mama closet. Cut it out. Go ahead, these poor wives up in there. I need to change, Umar. Umar, I need to change. Can you hand me my clothes? He's like, no, it's right there. Oh yeah. Here it is. Boy. All right. Thanks, Jason. What's up, big man? One of the old OGs right here. Hope you're doing all right, bro. Says on today's episode of Dragon Bear Z, that is the closet edition, Umar attempts to hump 100 graves. Yeah, Umar used to be in graves all the time. He used to be in graves all the time. Okay, I have videos where I downloaded. He doesn't do it as much now because we used to clown him about it because it's weirdo behavior. See, yeah, he's like a big old bear and he walking around in grave sites live streaming. That's weirdo stuff. It's really weird. See, I ain't never seen nobody do that. See, I've seen him, and I could pull it up and show it to y'all. He's leaning on the grave site, patting the grave site and shit. No respect whatsoever. He's a weirdo. See, but we were calling him out for a while, and he stopped doing it. He stopped doing it. Shout out to Big Man. Big Man was one of the OGs. He used to cut up so bad. He used to take over the show. It used to piss me off because it's supposed to be my show, but he come in and take it all over. I hope everything's going well with you, Big Man. Good to see you. All right. And thanks for super chat as well. I know Jojo says we should have did top 10 head movies for April Fools. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'll give you 3. Okay, y'all can fill in the rest. I'll give you 3 top head movies for Umar. Obviously, the one where he says that the kids were going to pick the parents up with a helicopter at the airport and then fly them back to FDMG. That's number 1. Number 2, these children they're gonna get their pilot's license, and he says something like I keep forgetting. It's the black group of pilots from World War I and World War II. I can't remember what they're called, but there was a movie that was done about it. But he said he was in communication with one of those individuals that they were going to help him to teach the boys how to fly airplanes. Okay, it's just nuts. Real quick, a head movie is it's like Umar's imagination, what he imagines in his head, and it plays out, and he actually starts to believe it, and then he'll say that this is something that is going to happen or something that he's going to do. Yeah, that's what it was. Thanks, Ragonito. Umar said, and it wasn't that long ago. It wasn't that long ago. People remember this. No, not the Red Tails. This was the Tuskegee Airmen. It wasn't that long ago. He said that he was in communication with one of the Tuskegee Airmen. I said, this Tuskegee Airman got to be about, 85, 95, 105 years old? What are you talking about? That's a head movie. I mean, that's bizarre. That's who comes up with that? Umar, he's out there. See? Another head movie. I'm gonna tell you one that a lot of people don't even know about. Umar was saying when he was a Black Anonymous knows this one. Umar was, listen, people laughing. You think I'm playing? It was the Tuskegee Airmen. I think it wasn't the Tuskegee. Yeah, this Umar crazy. No, I'm serious. People say I'm playing. I'm not playing, Trey. I hit the one just real quick. Y'all hit the one because I ain't making it. Yeah, I know Mike Jones. You got it right there. Listen, the Lauryn Hill, damn. That's in the top 10 for sure. That's in the top 10. See, look at the one because how's it going like here? And what's up, James? I don't want people thinking I'm making this up because this was more recent. We was talking about the shout out Fairchild as well. Jesus Christ, sports bet. I don't want people thinking that I'm making it up. I don't lie on Umar. Yeah, the observatory on the roof, the vegan sports bar, taking the kids to Africa a couple of times a year. That's head movies. Yeah. The observatory guy has to be in the top 10. The vegan sports bar has been top 10 too. But I'm gonna tell you one that a lot of people. Yeah, he said Amelia Earhart, the black one. Camellia Earhart. All right, Jenkins. What's up, man? How's it going, Kiara? Yeah. When he said he was gonna have black pigs, that took me out. That's head movies. But let me give you guys one, and there's plenty of them inside chat room. But I just want people to know I ain't making nothing up. When Umar was saying that he was trying to acquire the St. Paul's College and things weren't progressing, but they weren't progressing because he never put in the bid. He told people that he did, but he never put in the bid. He's such a liar. He has to come up with an excuse as to why there's no progression on these things. Just like he's made all these types of excuses with once he acquired these abandoned buildings in Wilmington. He made excuses leading up to the acquisition of these abandoned buildings. But after he acquired them, there's all kinds of hang-ups, HVAC, Brother Jose, the blueprints. The list goes on and on and on. But during the St. Paul school scam that a lot of his followers don't even know about, Umar said that the U.S. government, I don't know if it was the FBI or the CIA or whatever it was, that they were trying to stop him from purchasing this campus, and that they were trying to buy it from out under him. But it's a closed bid. See, you wouldn't know who's actually putting in bids. You wouldn't know how much what they're putting in terms of a bid. And if memory serves me correctly, the starting bid was like $2 million. Okay, I thought it was two. It could have been 1 million. Black Anonymous would be able to verify this for sure. Okay. But Umar concocts this story in his mind, and I think he actually sits down and he starts thinking, because he's trying to figure out a lie. But at a certain point, he starts to believe it like it's true. I mean, he's really he's delusional. But that the FBI or CIA, they were trying to come in and they were trying to purchase the school out in front of him. He tells this elaborate story. I have it. He was doing a lecture. This old video, and then it was probably I can't remember how long. Much later, it was a matter of months. He has another story that he tells, and he said, and he actually, it's not a story. What he does, he posts it on his Facebook page. Okay, and he says it appears as if the community has organized or gotten involved with this to where they stop the FBI or the CIA from purchasing the St. Paul's College. Please keep donating. This guy is nuts. He's nuts. That's a head movie. See? And some of his followers are like, oh, yeah, we did it. No, you didn't do nothing. He's been, you know what? We covered this last week. Y'all remember the protest, the anti-protest to the protest? That's a head movie. He had those people out there in the cold. It was freezing temperatures. And they're out there to protest a protest. And there was no protest to protest, if this makes sense. It's just all so convoluted and ridiculous. That's another head movie. See, that's what I'm saying. Even if we did a show on that, because see, all of the stuff that Umar said he's going to do, that's all head movies, Sayo Jojo. That's all head movies. But if we did a video on just this, we did it 24 hours a day to get through it, it would take us days, 4 or 5 days. Swagmanita says, my top 3 head movies. Number 1, FDMG Horse Stables. Yeah. And by the way, he said that each classroom was going to have its own horse. That was going to be a mascot. That's a head movie based upon the FDMG Horse Stables. Can you imagine these horses in these classrooms shitting all over them? You know, horses shit a lot. It's not no little dukes. it's some big time shit. It'd be a pile of it. And they don't care. They'll be walking down, I've seen them. Then they keep walking. Sometimes they walking and shitting at the same time. That's how babies be doing. You know how babies don't give a shit. They'll shit no matter. They be talking to you. Hey, daddy, I'm daddy. They'll stop for a moment. Well, horses are the same way. Can you imagine? Boy, these classrooms they'd be smelling shit all over the place. These kids come home from school smelling like shit. smell like horse shit. And what they teaching you up in there? Yeah, Mama, hey son, what Umar teaching you up in there? Why you smell like horse shit? Other kids in the neighborhood stay away from him. It's like, yo, he smell like horse shit. We can't play with him today. Boy, Umar, this head movies is crazy. He said he's gonna have an FDMG horse stable, and every single classroom gonna have a horse for a mascot. I said, okay. One thing we can say about Umar, he wild. I ain't making it up. Now listen, I'm making up the part about the kids and all that smelling like horse shit. I'm making that up, okay? But I'm saying I ain't making it up about the horse stables, and each classroom gonna have a horse in it. Okay. Umar crazy. Okay. So I'm gonna say my top 3 head movies are: number 1, FDMG Horse Stables. Number 2, FDMG Gun Club Weapon Training. Yeah. And slash, he's going to train the boys to be black Rambos. Boy, that's crazy. They put in their college application. So what extracurriculars? I'm a black Rambo. And men will be like, what you say? I'm a black Rambo. Don't get it twisted up in here, motherfucker. I got the gap. Boy, that's wild. Who are crazy? These poor kids, they ain't going to do college. You know, them college, like, I don't know about this, but we, Plus, he got a diploma, a fake diploma, too. Buddy. You're going to have to go get your GED down the street. I don't know. All right. And number 3, black girl mid. Yeah. Umar, I can't you not. I ain't making it up. He said he gonna teach the girls midwifery. He gonna have midwifery classes for the girls. This guy don't even take care of his own kids. He's a baby mama creator talking about midwifery. That's wild. Boy, I'm gonna tell you something else. I have this video, and Umar, he be shitting on black people so bad, like the horses. He was giving his lecture, and he was telling the audience of the young ladies, he was like, yeah, you should, because we're going to teach midwifery. You should learn midwifery because you can make a lot of money. All you got to do is set up your shop in the hood, and them babies they're going to be having babies left and right. I said, damn. I said, Umar, don't do this. They gonna be having all. You gonna get paid. Umar crazy. He crazy. I should pull it up and play it for you all. When I heard, I said, damn, Umar. That's another head movie. All right. All right. Thanks for having the full super chat. We got to get going here. We've been goofing off. And we got about 1,000 people in the building. Boy, Umar is something else. All right, make sure y'all hit the like button too. Okay, if you're enjoying the show, I'd appreciate it. Okay, let me get myself together, boy. These head movies have got me blowed off. Iceman Vamp says, if you did a show on all the head movies, by the time it's over, FDMG will be open. That'll be 2055, 2056, somewhere around there. We'll get there eventually. Yeah, by the time FDG open, Jesus gonna be back by then. Yeah, there ain't gonna be no need for FDG by that time. Okay. Thanks, Iceman. Okay. Big Man says today on Dragon Bear Z, Umar, a.k.a. Fun Ku the Velveeta, recover with cocaine beans after taking a winged horse. I think you're saying Pegasus, a girlfriend, friend of Thief. You better leave Thief alone. Don't do that. Tiff, I shouldn't say Thief. Leave Tiff alone. Okay, Big Man, she ain't around anymore. Okay, she ain't out around defending Umar, nothing like that. So we got to give her some slack. I know you don't like her. You used to go to her all the time, but she was something else. Boy, she was something else. I ain't gonna tell you nothing else. I'm booing y'all seeing the documentary. Boy, I tell you. Anyway, I remember one time, I'm not making this up. One time, she got on YouTube on a live stream in lingerie. Hit the one. I ain't making it up. I said, and I have it too. I already told people I ain't gonna never show it. Because people were talking about her, you know, and probably Big Man. and you know, she wanted to prove that she was attractive, you know. So if memory serves, she had a robe on to start, and then she stepped off the camera, the vision of the camera, and she came back with lingerie on. This is one of Umar's main supporters back then, and I said, "What in the world?" I ain't making it up. So Big Man he affectionately calls her Tiff. Okay, but her name is Tiff. Okay, I call her Tiff the Griff affectionately. All right. Thanks, Big Man, for the super chat. And I ain't making that up either, y'all. I have the video. I just can't show that. It's highly inappropriate. Thank you for the super chat. Gamer Incorporated. How's it going? Says, you remember when Godfrey said Umar spent the donation money on 2 haunted houses? Yeah, that video has a lot of views on it too, by the way. Yeah, he did. That was after, yeah, if memory serves me correctly, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong. I think that yeah, it was after Umar was on the Lord Jamar show. Yeah, he was on the Godcast, and that because they were going in on that. Because remember, and you remember this. Umar had a falling because of that interview. Umar was taking shots at Lord Jamar because that's one of the rants, all-time rants, top 5 is that particular one. Umar went crazy, right? Just like he's doing in this video, just like he did with in the Zora rant, like he did the Pajama Mama rant, and like he did in the SETI rant. In fact, I think those are the top 5 in my opinion. I mean, it's arguable that the Godcast that could probably maybe 6 or 7, but it should be in the top 5 in my opinion. But the thing is that because of that interview, Umar was very upset. He kept taking shots at Lord Jamar, and finally Lord Jamar went back at him. Okay, you guys remember this? And that's when, at a certain point, Godfrey was on Lord Jamar's show, and he made that joke about Umar that he basically purchased 2 haunted houses. Yeah, and people, it was hilarious. I made the same joke though prior to that. I ain't trying to no shade. It's just it wasn't funny, but the way he said it was funny because he's one of the top-notch comedians right now. But the thing is that what's happening is sad. The sad part about it is that since that time, and I think it was like towards the end of last year, it might have been the beginning of this year. Unfortunately, Lord Jamar and Godfrey, they had a falling out, and it's unfortunate. Okay, I don't know if they ever mend the issues that they have. They're dealing with different conspiracy theories, but it's really sad. But anyway, yeah, I remember that. It's hilarious. It's still up online, and it's gotten all crazy views. Yep. Thanks, Gamer Incorporated, for a super chat. And then Brandon says, if FDMG opened, it would be like Nickel Boys. Yeah, but the thing is that let's play Umar Johnson's head movie game just for a moment, Brandon. What we're going to do is we're going to assume that everything that Umar said that he was going to do, he is going to do, and including he opens up this school. Okay, but not just opening up the school, all the other stuff that he said that he was going to do when he opens up the school. Okay, he's going to have a FDMG core stables. He's going to have an FDMG farm, an FDMG observatory on the roof. He's going to be taking the boys out into the wilderness once a quarter. He's going to be taking trips to Africa with the children. And teaching them over there, coming back, going back, etc. I mean, the list goes on and on. We outlined some of them here, but again, it would literally take us probably about 4 days if we live stream for 24 hours straight to get through all the stuff that Umar Johnson had said he was going to do. But let's assume that all this is going to happen, and that the school is going to open. Okay, head movies. We're just going to play the game. Okay, it's going to cost billions of dollars, literally, not a nickel. Okay. It's going to cost literally billions of dollars. Black vegan sports bar, FDMG cemetery. Kid you not? Teach the boys how to fly helicopters, airplanes. Teach them how to float ships. The gun club, the dirt bike team. It's going to cost billions of dollars to make this all happen. Okay. Remember, part of this, it also includes that compound, that cult compound that's in the shape of Africa on 300 acres. It's going to have an FDMG hospital. An arts center, a stadium. Think about this, Brandon. FDMG stadium, FDMG track facility. You know, they got the track where they run around, but it has a whole facility. A NASA building. An FDMG government building. He called it the Pan African government. Massive dormitory complexes. We're talking billions of dollars, right, to fund all of this. Now, the question becomes, because we're going to try to make it make sense, where does Umar Johnson come up with billions of dollars? He stated that in 2025, he said he hasn't even raised $1 million. You see what I'm saying? Umar stated in 2025 that he hasn't even raised $1 million, which I know is not true because in 2016, he admitted he had raised $1 million. But let's go by what Umar's saying. We're playing head movie game right now. If Umar hasn't raised $1 million in 11 years, where's he going to come up with the $1 billion that he needs in order to get the school up and running, faculty and staff, and all the other stuff he said he's going to do? See? That goes to show you how far the mind of Umar is with these head movies. It's out there. It's out there in another galaxy. See? That's what I'm saying. He batshit crazy. Thanks, Brandon, for a super chat. And then Tori says, Umar head movies. Tyrese, I need 2 tickets to the concert, and I'm going to grab the mic and lecture the audience. We're going to teach the boys to sew their own draws. Yeah. Yeah. He did say that. And he said it a couple of times because there's some older videos that I ran across. So he said that the boys, we're going to teach them how to make their own underwear, their own draws. I said, what? Real quick, Tori and Brandon, since we're saying that if the school opens up, let's say if the school opens up in 2025, who in their right mind is going to teach boys how to sew draws? The amount of time that a person would spend, opportunity costs that you would spend even teaching someone how to sew draws, let alone them making their own draws, it's more cost effective for them to just go down to Walmart and buy their own draws. You see what I'm saying? As if sewing your own draws is some sort of revolutionary act. Come on, that's ridiculous. We're not living in the 1910s and the 1840s. Umar's so backwards. But you ain't lying, Tori. Umar was talking about they were going to teach these boys, in addition to teaching the girls midwifery. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, but they're going to teach these boys how to sew their own draws. I can pull it up. This guy's nuts. Okay. And again, this is all head movies. It's just head movies. Here's another one, Tori. I remember when Umar said that the Democratic Party, they sent him $2 million in donation money. Y'all remember the time that Umar said that Black Panther, that they took his material and Black Panther was based upon his material? You remember the time he said that they was going to hire him to play in the next Black Panther? I said, what you gonna be, a bum? You gonna be let me stop. All right, thanks, Tori. But that's what I'm saying. Like I judged earlier, it would literally take forever, not ever, but it would literally take days if we live stream 24 hours a day. It would take days to do all of this. Pull up the video, show it, then we go to the next one. It would take days. Okay. But again, this goes to show you where where he's at mentally. Okay, he's a truly mentally disturbed individual. All right, thank you all so much. Thanks everyone inside the chat room. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. If you haven't hit that like button and you are enjoying the show, please go on and hit that like button. It's only going to take you but maybe 2 seconds max. And then if you haven't voted on the poll, go on and get your vote in. Okay, that'll take you probably a less than a second. Okay, actually let's say 2 seconds. Okay. Right now, the poll question is, how much of Umar Johnson's narrative about his first baby mama is true? 55% of the people who voted said 0% is true. 26% of the people who voted said that 20% is true. 8% of the people who voted said 50% is true. And 11% of the people who voted said that 100% is true. That 11%, y'all out your mind. Y'all in head movies too. Okay, there's no way. And I already gave the example that Umar stated that he still had the cakes from his daughter's first birthday. Okay, how do you still have the cakes from your daughter's first birthday 20 years later? Okay, so you can't say 100%. It's impossible. Okay? All right, but y'all believe what you want to. All right, that's all you, ain't on me. And we got about 414 likes. We're trying to get to 500 for this live stream. Okay, so we're doing good already. Thank you all so much. Okay, thanks, Tori, for the super chat again. I appreciate it. Let's get going. Oh, Miss Independent says he don't know how much money he has stolen or the cost. He doesn't. He doesn't know how much money he's collected. He doesn't. Okay. The money's coming in. Umar doesn't have an accountant. He doesn't have any kind of ledger. He can't tell people how much money he's received. See, even if he was fully audited and all of his bank records are subpoenaed, let's say all his cash are subpoenaed, all information for CashApp, all information for PayPal. See, any checks, money orders, which would be going to a bank account. Okay, he could be signing them shits over to somebody else, and then they deposit someplace else, and then he give leave. Ain't no telling with this guy because he's a con man. But all the cash, they wouldn't be able to account for all the cash that he's collected, whether that is at venues where he's speaking, they give him money, donations, blah, blah, blah. Or let's say when people would send him cash to his PO box, Remember, he had a P.O. box in Philadelphia, but that got shut down by the state of Pennsylvania, okay? Because he's a fraudster. Okay? So he stopped using that when he has one inside of he was using both simultaneously for a while, but now he only uses the one in Delaware. You see, well, what about all the cash that has come through there? Well, that's money that no one will ever be able to find out, how much exactly. They could probably estimate, but the point is that he doesn't know. See, remember when Umar flipped his phone? He's not keeping adequate records for anything, not at all. See, and he doesn't care to, because in his mind, it's free money. See? Yep. Good point. Thank you so much for the super chat. And Parby says, remember cuddling with the boys by the fire? Yeah, very disturbing. A lot of Umar Johnson followers, they don't know that, because that was a Big Papa podcast. I think it was episode 6. Anyone, if you have all the podcasts, you have all the episodes, and you send it to me, I'll cash up you $100. Okay. But that particular episode, I've only heard 2. I can't find the other one, because I had one where he was talking about, should I sell the buildings, blah, blah, blah. This is many years ago. But the one that we're referring to here, it's extremely disturbing. Okay. Umar was talking about how they're gonna have the boys dressed in suits. They're gonna come to the school. It's gonna be in the evening time. They're gonna feed them. It's like what is the term? Grooming. They're gonna feed them, and then there's gonna be like a fire, like a little fireplace, campfire, whatever. And then he said he's gonna cuddle with the boys. Cuddle? I'm not making it up. I can play it for you guys. Very disturbing. Then you can go to when he said that. I can't wait for. He was walking through these abandoned buildings. Tip the Griff was there. They were walking through the abandoned buildings, and there was a little boy there with them, and all these other few other single. It looked like women. It was one mainly women. May have been about 6 or 7 other women and Tiff. So altogether, maybe 8, maybe 9, maybe 10. And they're walking through. There's no electricity. There's shit all over the place. It's a hazard. No one should be in there anyway. And Umar, he says, I can't wait to when we can have the boys stay over, something to that effect. So what he's talking about, like a slumber party, and we can lock the doors, turn the lights off, and play capture the flag. And I said, what did he just say? Y'all remember? I said, hide your kids, hide your wife. What kind of man thinks like that? And then he tries to clear it up. He goes, but first we got to make sure there ain't no, what did he say? Pedos up in here. See, why are you saying that? See, the whole thing, again, that's another head movie. Locking the boys in, turning off the lights, and playing. That's a head movie. That's what Umar's thinking about. Why is he thinking about that? See? And then we have later where he says, we're going to bring the boys to the school. They're going to dress in suits. I can play it for you. And we're going to bring them in, and we're going to have a fire, and we're going to do a fireside chat, and I'm going to cuddle with the boys. Thanks for the super chat. Hamabu says, is Super Soaker Krusty Pajama Mama a head movie? Yeah, it is. It's a disturbing one. See, because anytime Umar starts to frame these narratives, because even what he's saying here about the baby mamas and stuff, it's a head movie. Okay, again, I would propose, okay, is it 100% true? No. Is it 50% true? No. 20%, I'll say somewhere of 20%. I think that's fair. 20%, maybe closer to 15. Okay. Is everything that he's saying a lie? I don't think so. I think there's some elements of truth here. I mean, I would go as low as 10%. Okay. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go with 10%. I'll say 10%. I'm not going to say 50% is true. I'm not going to say 100% is true. Okay. There's no way that I already know 100% is not true. And in my mind, there's no way that 50% of what he's saying is true. 20% maybe, but I'm going to go with 10%. But the story, all of what he's saying is these are just head movies. See? He's thought about this, and he said, okay, I'm going to say this, I'm going to say this, and then he starts going. Listen, if he says, I still have the cakes for my daughter's first birthday, and that means that he's had these cakes for 20 years, that's a head movie. It's a lie too, but a lot of his head movie stuff it's just him making up lies. See, but this Super Soaker Krusty Pajama Mama, that was freak off shit. Y'all remember what he said? What did he say? He was saying something like, you come into the school and you just got bent over by Tay-Tay or whoever it was, and you got sex crumbs. What kind of P. Diddy shit? That's in his mind. That's what he's got. That's a head movie. That just goes to show you how he's sexual deviant too. See? Has anyone really thought about that? Who comes up with that? You just got bent over. I said, what in the world? What are you talking about? See, that's a head movie. So yeah, that's Super Soaker Crush Pajama Mama. It's a head movie. It really, truth be told, that's Umar's sexual fantasy. It's one of his sexual fantasies. That's really what it is. See, he's freak off. He's a freak offer. Okay, real talk. Thank you, Hamobu. Carla says, regarding the poll, I picked 20% because every good lie has some truth in it. Yeah, and I was kind of alluding to that in, just a moment ago, Carla. There's elements of truth in this. There are. Again, like I said, I think 20% is reasonable. 20%, 26%, maybe. But it's hard for me to say 26%. I would go with 10%, knowing how Umar lies a lot. And if you listen to him carefully, it doesn't make any sense because on one hand, he says that they want to marry him, but then on the other hand, he's talking as if they wanted to just keep him out of their life. Which one is it? See, Umar made a decision. He didn't want to be there. See? He didn't want to marry him. He just wanted to keep impregnating these women with no commitment. And if you guys look at the timeline, by the time the baby is 10, that's when Umar starts to pick up in terms of his career as a speaker in the Black conscious space. And then he starts traveling all over the world. And that's when he stops showing up. Yeah, because he's traveling all over the world. He chose that over his daughter. And again, he said he was consistent in the daughter's life up until the age of 6. So he was already not consistent from age 6 until age 10. So there was about 4 years where he wasn't consistent. But by the time the child is 10, he's absent. And that correlates to him and his ascendancy into the Black conscious space. And then he's traveling all over the world, just like his daddy. Okay? Just like his daddy. Same shit. Right? Again, at the end of the day, you have to make choices. See, you have to make and at the end of the day, as a father, you should always choose your children, even if it doesn't work out with the baby mom or the mother of your children. You should always be there for your child, no matter what. And I'm gonna tell you guys, in 2025, okay, I have a degree in cybersecurity. In 2025, there's no excuse to be present in your child's life, even if it's virtual. I mean, you can visit a doctor virtually. Okay, you can visit the court system virtually. See, you can do all kinds. I mean, you can do all in terms of communication. You can do it all virtually these days. Okay, there's no excuse at this point. Okay, you got cell phones. You got smartphones. See, call your baby. Okay, do the thing on the screen when you looking at each other. You know, download the app. Ain't gonna take you but what 30 seconds. There's no excuses. There's no excuses these days. That's what I'm saying, Carla. With Umar, even though back then the technology wasn't as advanced, Umar made a decision not to be present, and he chose, in this case, he chose his career as a speaker in the Black conscious space. He chose that over his career as a school psychologist, and he chose that over being a father to his daughter. See? So that's what I'm saying. I think 20% is fair. 26% is kind of pushing it, but that's what I have up there. I have it at 26. Yeah, I have 20% here. I'm just thinking of the other one. 20%. I think that's fair, but I would go as low as 10%, knowing how Umar lies about stuff and how he's a master manipulator and he spins narratives. There's always some truth to it, but the way that he tells the story it's twisted in such a way to where people are led to believe something other than the truth, even though there's truthful elements in it. Okay? And that's something I've noticed about Umar. Yeah, but this is a good point. This is a very good point. I think 20% is fair. Yeah, I think it's fair. Okay, 50%, no way. And 100%, that's absolutely impossible because I already showed y'all he lied about him having the cakes after 20 years. He said, "I still got the cakes." Cut it out, Umar. You still don't got no cakes. You ain't even got a home. Cut it out. Okay, we got to get going here. I appreciate all the super chats though. Y'all blessed me so much. Again, last month was my second best month on YouTube, so I'm very, very grateful for that. You know, I truly am. I wish I had more time. But again, with Umar, we February we were going full force because it was a 6-year anniversary of him acquiring these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. So we did a lot of live streaming then, and then March we get all the stuff picking up with you know, him being exposed as a deadbeat, which we've already talked about far in advance of the truth coming to light for the masses because it's gone viral. So we did a lot of live streaming that month. And I'm hoping that it at least slows down to where I can do like maybe 2 live streams a week again, or even 1 live stream again, so that I can get back to focusing on the documentary. Okay, but we'll have to see how things go. Okay? Again, thanks, Carla, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Okay, and then how's it going? East B says next time I'll make it $4.99. I barely have that. Okay, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. This isn't. I mean, if you want to send $2, that's fine. But if you want to send 200, that's okay too. Okay, next time make it 400. All right. Yeah, Umar, he's so ungrateful, and it's the narcissism. If you guys look at narcissistic personality traits, there's different traits. Some people exhibit some of the traits, and they may not necessarily be. Dr. Ramani talks about this. I've read 2 of her books, and then I've watched all kinds of her videos. No. I read one of her books. I purchased another one of her books for a friend of mine. I didn't actually read that one. But I watched, a whole bunch of her videos, hours and hours and hours of it. But she talks about how there are people who have narcissistic personality traits, but they're not a full-blown narcissist. And then there are people who are full-blown narcissists. There's also people who may exhibit some traits at certain periods of their life, but it doesn't make them a full-blown narcissist. But then they grow, they mature, and then they don't have those narcissistic personality traits. And they never were, necessarily narcissists. They just had some narcissistic personality traits at certain periods of their life. With Umar, he's a narcissist, in my opinion. And part of the narcissistic personality traits is the sense of entitlement. So they feel entitled to things. They feel entitled to in Umar's case, he feels entitled to you women's your private parts. That's why he's always talking about crushing cookies. There's an entitlement there. Okay. Obviously, he feels entitled to praise, like people have to praise him. See, he wants to criticize everyone else, but when someone criticizes him, all of a sudden he has a problem. He starts to whine and complain. He starts to act as if everyone's attacking him. He wants to play the victim. His daddy's like that too. See? The other thing with Umar is that he feels entitled to people's money, even though he hasn't worked since 2010, 2011. See? But see, his sense of entitlement comes from this sense of grandiosity. He feels he's so great that people should be giving me money. I'm Big Papa. See? That's Umar. That's why when Sister Avanti sent him, how much was it? Was it $10? I think it was $10. She sent him $10. Umar's sense of entitlement, because of the narcissism, he says, I know you barely had that, but next time make it 20. Damn. That's pimp game. Okay? That's one thing I'm going to tell you right now, East B. If anybody, y'all send me, if you send me Cash App or PayPal or Super Chat or Super Sticker, I always take the time to thank people. Okay? It's difficult on Cash App because I at least hit the thing where I'm doing the praise, like thank you so much, but you can't really text back and forth or anything like that. But I always take the time because I don't feel entitled to anything. It's just, to me, I look at it as a blessing. Okay, I don't ask for it. So if it comes, when it comes, it's a blessing, and I'm always appreciative. But you know what? Next time, make it $4.99. Yeah, Umar is a trip. He's so ungrateful. I mean, Black people have sent this guy. My best estimate is $2.7 million. I can prove $2 million over the last 11 years. I can prove $2 million, and yet his sense of entitlement is so great that he feels as if he's deserving of more, even though he hasn't worked, he hasn't done anything, and not one Black boy has been educated yet. Okay. He's so ungrateful. That's why he's told Sister Avanti, next time make it 20. That's crazy. No. Thanks, ESP. And then Lewis Suck says, this is Jamal Johnson, the father of Umar. I want to clear up some things. Yes, Umar is my child. Yes, I watched your Umar documentary. No, I don't watch. What? What are you talking about? No, I don't watch Pornhub. I do know one thing. He was, that one lady that was acting like she was Black, but she wasn't. And I think she was in higher education, like at a college or something like that. And there was a whole big old thing. He used to follow her. I remember that. Yeah, he used to follow her. Jamal, he a trip. Lewis, like, that's too far. I don't want to put that on him like that. But for sure, he's a bugaboo. He watched the documentary. He sent me all types of messages. That's another thing about Jamal. I think he feels he has a sense of grandiosity too, because he thinks he matters so much. See, so he thinks that because he wants to talk to me, that somehow I'm obligated to respond to his ass. I mean, who the fuck are you? You're a nobody. See? If it wasn't for Umar, wouldn't nobody even know, and I wouldn't even know who you are. But see, the grandiosity, because he was sending me messages like, I already told, I've been sending you these messages and you haven't even responded. What does that mean? I thought you was a man of honor. Listen, those types of games, those manipulative, you're trying to appeal to my ego. My ego ain't like that. I'm gonna tell y'all, real talk. I'm a country boy at heart. I know I'm from San Diego, but I'm a country boy. I will be just fine on a ranch somewhere with no internet access, with a couple of horses and a cow, and a dog. I will be cool. Me and my wife and kids too, if they want to still hang out with me. Shit. The daddy, I can't get on the internet. Yeah, that's because we ain't got no internet. Going out there to the lake, go do some fishing or some shit. See, I'm like that. That's how I am. I know I don't listen. I'm just a country boy. If I had it my way, I would have a ranch somewhere and real peaceful. You know, a lake right there. We got a lake right here, but I'm talking about a lake right there and some animals, especially a couple of dogs. And me and my wife, we chilling. You know, we making love. You know what I'm saying? And I would be cool with that. So I don't have an ego to when someone tries to say something like, "I thought you was a man." I mean, fuck you. See, my ego don't work like that. See. But he thought that it would, but that's the narcissism. I think he feels entitled. Like if he comes out and says something, then someone else has to respond because somehow he's great. No, you don't know shit. No. Not in my mind. See? So those types of Sith Lord tactics, they just don't work with me. Umar does the same shit. It's like when I showed the timeline. Jamal Johnson posted, he said, I'm really impressed with your timeline, but there's inaccuracies in it. Well, why are you impressed then? See, he starts off with a compliment, narcissist, starts off with a compliments, and then he talks shit. But he doesn't correct anything, but he talks shit. See, but what he was hoping that by him talking shit that somehow I was going to respond to him in that moment and be like, okay, well, blah, blah, blah. But Mom, I don't have an ego like that. I just don't. See, do I have an ego? Yeah, but it's not like that. Not like Umar and his daddy. It's not like that. See, they have some similarities. They really do. Umar and Jamal, they have some similarities. I have this other thing that I saw where there was this lady, and she was talking out about Umar, and she was talking about speaking out against Umar's daddy disowning Umar, and what he said was, "You were dead to me." And you guys should see that exchange that she has with Umar Johnson's daddy, because he doesn't want people to hear that. Matter of fact, I'm gonna play it right now. Okay, see, that's the thing about me. I ain't got time to be going back and forth with people who are bugaboos. I don't. I'll just play the receipt. You see what I'm saying? Here we go.
Hold our kids accountable, to be treated with respect, and not to let them think that they can keep doing it and there's not going to be any accountability. We've all made mistakes. We've all hopefully sought some apology for that mistake. But don't ever let your child make you think that because of your human feelings, that they have the right to treat you like a dog. And if you do, then believe me, that dog will bite you one day. So one thing to do with a rabid dog, get rid of it.
Damn. Cold-blooded.
That's rabid, whether in mental, spiritual, or psychological. You gotta put it down.
Damn.
And if that means to cast them out of your life, that's what you have to do. That's what you have to do. I love all of my children. But God knows, and I say that sincerely, when I feel threatened, when I feel extremely hurt, and I know it's intentional, when I feel extremely disrespected, and I know it's intentional, there's only one recourse. You're dead to me. Have a good day. I hope you understood my meaning of this video. And I don't plan to have many more like this, but I think it's something we all need to think about.
Yeah, it's definitely something that we all need to think about. See, he doesn't want people to hear that. And that's why, in part, that's one of the reasons why he's taken back to social media, even though he took everything down, which is a bitch move. He took everything down because he doesn't want all this to come back. See, and the daughter coming out, it actually exasperates this, because the more she talks about how much of a horrible father Umar is, then and there's going to be light that's now going to be shown on, if that's the right way of saying it, on Jamal. And he doesn't want people to know about this and other things too, by the way. In fact, I got one other thing to show you. Okay, don't worry, I got all the receipts. Yeah, people can run their mouth all they want to, but I can just pull up a receipt. See, this was Jamal back in the day, clout chasing off of Umar. See what it says here? It says this interview, and this is the Breakfast Club interview. Okay, Jamal Johnson SKU. He's taking his SKU down off of Facebook. He's taking it down off of YouTube. He's taking it down off of, I think it's Instagram, but he also has an older Instagram account that's still active. He probably doesn't remember. He maybe doesn't have the access to, but there's not much on that one anyway. I've already looked at all this. Again, I do my research. I have my receipts. Okay, can't nobody fuck with me. Jamal Johnson SKU, he wrote this in response to Umar being on the Breakfast Club. This interview has over 2 million views, and there was no conversation on the #1 epidemic in the Black community all over the country, community gun violence. Our children listen to this program, and we wonder why our efforts to stop community gun violence and police brutality aren't being respected. See, this is taking a shot at Umar, but he's also clout chasing off Umar at the same time. If Umar didn't get these views, and this video right here, actually at this point, is probably closer to 5 million views that he's referencing. If Umar didn't get these types of views, Umar, his daddy wouldn't have said shit. See, he's clout chasing, but he's also at the same time, he's taking a shot at Umar, and that's wrong. I'm not a defender of Umar, but right is right and wrong is wrong. And this right here it's wrong. See, I'm gonna tell you, Jamal, real quick too. By the way, the #1 epidemic in the Black community all over the country is broken homes created by Black men who ain't man enough to take care of their kids. You see. And if we had Black men in the community taking care of their kids like we supposed to, then all of this fucking community gun violence wouldn't be taking place. It's backwards. You ain't gonna change gun violence by marching. You ain't gonna change gun violence by getting a bullhorn and yelling in front of buildings and shit. And hunger strikes. You ain't gonna end these young people out here killing each other. They ain't worried about that shit. So what are you talking about? I'm gonna tell you how you change it. Be a father to your fucking child. The hypocrisy, Jamal. You want to tell Umar what he needs to be talking about, and I have it in video form where he's saying the same type of shit. I should pull it up and play it for y'all. Don't make me do it. You want to chastise Umar and take a shot at your own son when you aren't even actively present in his life like you should have been. Remember, you sent him away. That was your decision. The mama was against it. That was your decision. You weren't even living in that household. You had a whole nother wife, rest in peace, and a whole nother life. That was your decision to send him away to a boarding school, which means that you weren't active consistently every single day because he's at a fucking boarding school. That's the #1 problem. So the hypocrisy on the back end to come in and chastise your son because you want him to talk about what you think he should be talking about, and you out here marching for no good reason because it doesn't change anything. What changes is Black men stepping up to the plate and being a father to their children and keeping them on the right path. See, a lot of these Black boys that's out here killing each other, killing themselves and shit, they don't feel safe. They never felt safe because their daddies weren't present. So that's our job, to give them the security and the safety so they don't feel like they have to be running around with a gun. And then we teach them how to be able to regulate their emotions so they don't get so hype and upset to where they want to go kill somebody. See, look at Umar, how Umar acts. He ain't got no, but see, he has to be taught that. And whose job is that in the first place? That's his father's fucking job. You see, don't make me pull up the video. Don't make me do it. Y'all antiquated, especially so-called, but this is grassroots. They ain't doing shit. See, all of the shit that I've seen, he don't take it all down, but all the shit I've seen Jamal Johnson post on his Instagram, Facebook about what he's doing in the community. How often do you see him talking with these Black boys, taking pictures with him, doing videos with him, where he's talking with these boys out here killing each other? See, he's just clout chasing. It's the narcissism. He just wants to be relevant. He wants to present himself as if he's some sort of grassroots leader. No. See, if social media didn't exist, would nobody know about you? Okay? Real talk. But see, because Umar developed this huge social media presence, he wants to clout chase on Umar. I should pull up the video. Y'all want me to do it? I can do it. I can pull it up. I think so. Look, you're going too far though. User 225 says, what if Umar Johnson met your kids in an online video game? He probably be trying to get donations and shit. My kids be like, nah, my daddy already told us about your ass. They know too. They say, because we were talking, my family, we were talking about this whole situation with his daughter. See, so they know, with all of my faults, I can say I've been here from the beginning. I failed a lot. I really did. I own up all my shit. I ain't gonna blame nobody else. I ain't gonna blame the white man. I ain't gonna blame my wife. I ain't gonna blame nobody. That was me. See, but it was also my responsibility to get my shit together, which I've done to a certain degree. I still got a long way to go. Okay, but I've come a very long way. Still got a long way to go. Okay, stay humble. See, but the point is that we've talked about this. Not my older two boys. Well, actually, my oldest son, he knows about it. But the younger kids, we and my wife, we've talked about this. See, because this is not family. See, this is not family. See, I don't think Jamal understands that. He just does not understand that. Right? What's taking place? This is not with him going at Umar. Continue to talk about Umar. That's not family oriented, because family that's not to be played out for the internet streets and all of this drama. It's just a bunch of ghetto shit. Real talk. All this should be taken care of in the household. And we've talked to our children about that. See, now if our children have a problem, we would hope that they would come to us. If they have a problem with us, we would hope that they would come to us. You see, we would hope for that. But if they go to online and start acting, I'm not going to be going back with them online. Okay, would it be a bad look? Yeah, it'd be a bad look. But it's still family, you see. And we're not going to get up here talking about you're dead to me. See, Jamal don't understand that. See? That's why he can abandon children. He can abandon families. And they think in their mind, because they've rewritten the script, that they're these great fathers and that they were there. No, that's not the case at all. I've already researched this shit. No. When I talk about you're there, this means that you're an active participant every single day with all of your children, every single day. That's the standard, not some ghetto shit. See? All right. What's up, Jonathan? Kia says, I wonder if Umar's father knows about his granddaughter being Alphabet Crew. He probably knows by now. I'm sure he knows by now. See? Because remember, he was trying to stop her from speaking out. I have the receipt. I can show that to you too. A lot of people haven't seen that. She actually showed that. See, instead of as a grandfather, do it behind the scenes, contacting her, behind the scenes, getting in contact with her. And people have no excuse. I don't know where she lives. Listen, I can have the address. I can find that online easy. Any of you guys, Jonathan, I can find your address and your phone number. I can call you tonight, bro. See? So there's no excuses. But instead of taking it offline, no, he doesn't do that. See, what he should have done is he should have taken the time to reach out to her when she initially reached out to him, because she didn't respond initially. Talking about Jamal. See, he should have responded right away, and it should have been a phone call, not text messages. See, and then arrangements should have been made for them to meet privately to figure out what needed to be done behind the scenes. That's not what he did. See, he tried to dissuade her from speaking out. I can show you the receipt right now. I have the screenshot. Okay. But that's because he didn't want more of this dirty laundry getting out about all the dysfunction that has been created by Umar. And a lot of this dysfunction that's been created by Umar is directly related to the dysfunction that was created by Jamal. He doesn't want people to know that. See, I haven't watched the video yet, but him allegedly being mad at me, it's misdirected. He ain't mad at me. See, he's mad at Umar, and he's mad at Umar's daughter, because both of them are reflecting back to him who he really is, his dysfunction, and the mistakes that he's made as a father. That's what he's mad about. Okay? And that's real talk. That's the realest thing I've said today. That's what he's mad at. He ain't mad at me. He just a bugaboo. Okay? And if he shut his fucking mouth, I wouldn't even be talking about it. But he don't listen. He hard-headed. And the narcissism, he thinks that everybody has to, bow down to him. I don't play that shit. I bow down to no man. None. Okay? I ain't built like that. I bow down to no man. So Jonathan, yeah, I think he probably knows by now. He knows by now. And Umar is trying to use that and weaponize that against his daughter. That's wrong too. It's just wrong all the way across the board. Okay. Thanks, Jonathan. We ain't even gotten in deep into this video. It is what it is. Good question. I'm still undefeated. All right. Thanks, Jonathan. Peaceful Day says, whatever happened to the big sister who threw her bag at Umar on stage and said they slept together the night before at the lecture? I don't know. That was he always in some mess. You know what I'm saying? Umar is always in some mess. I don't know that lady. Who are like, who that? Who that? I don't know that lady. You ever who that? Say, I don't know who that lady is. I don't know who that boss. Say, boss. I'll be clean that up for you, boss. Yeah, I don't know whatever happened with that. That was wild, but that was, if you guys don't know, that was a lady that showed up at Umar's speaking engagement. She come down the lane, in the middle lane through the venue, and she throw her purse up at the stage and start going off on Umar. And she said something like, "I was with you last night." I said, "Oh no." Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I don't know whatever came with that. But Umar was taking shots at her later on, like, for the next couple of weeks, talking best about her. Okay, God bless her. Okay, either way. Thank you, Peaceful Days, for super chat. And then Shago Cosmetics says Umar be in Limerence head movie all the time. Yeah, Limerence. Okay, all the time. That is why he thinks he is on par with Ibrahim Traoré, and the esteemed president of Burkina Faso, who is an international phenomenon and world hero. Yeah, he's referenced Ibrahim a couple of times. But the same thing when Umar thinks that he's on par with Marcus Garvey, or he's on par with Frederick Douglass, or he's on par with Malcolm X. It's the same thing. He's in a whole delusional state. The irony is that if we just look at Umar without the head movie effect, because his head movies, they do have an effect on people's perception of him. That's what I mean by he's a master manipulator. He's a great deceiver of people, because there are people who actually think that he's on this level. Okay, but he's not. He's just basically a social media influencer who lives in his mama closet. He's a cyber bum. Real talk. Okay, but if we set aside the head movie effect and looked at Umar for who he is, okay, he's not even 0.001% of what Malcolm was and what Martin Luther King was. See, not even close. See, it's just the impact of the internet and social media. That's what drives the Umar Johnson fantasy and the head movie effect. See, and how other people may perceive him to be something that he's not. But he always seeks to put himself on par with these types of individuals. But that's the narcissism, the grandiosity. I would propose too, Shago Cosmetics, that one of the reasons why Umar tends to disparage successful Black people, and in particular, he does it to Black women too, but successful Black men, is because in his mind, by demeaning them, it makes him feel as if he's better than them, even though he hasn't accomplished shit of consequence. Okay, he earned 5 degrees, but he hasn't worked in the field, in the field of psychology since 2010, 2011. He gave away his career to pursue this Black conscious speaker type of shit. You see. But it's a waste of 20 years of college and all the expenses. This guy has to be hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. He don't pay bills. So interest rate alone, of him not paying and probably forbearance and all this type of shit, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars by now. See, the point is that Umar, him trying to put himself on par, it's just his way with the narcissism of trying to exaggerate. It's really what I like to call self-aggrandizing himself to such a degree to where other people may perceive him to be on that level. In point of fact, if you take away the head movie effect, you realize that he's, really Umar, he's just a bum from Philly. That's it. A literal bum. He's a literal bum from Philly. That's it. Okay. Thanks, Shago Cosmetics. And then Peaceful Day says, also, can you please explain the Smurf reference? I don't know. I haven't been able to figure that out. If anyone in the chat room, if you know what that is, I don't know. I've thought about it. So if people don't know what Peaceful Days is referring to, then we're going to get back to the video. I could pull up the video on Jamal, but maybe we could do that tomorrow. Somebody remind me tomorrow. I could still do it. We got time. We got some time. For some reason, Umar, instead of calling his daughter, or my lovely daughter, or whatever, he calls her baby Smurf. First of all, she's not a baby. The other thing is to call her a cartoon character. It's almost as if he's trying to, I don't know what the word is, demean her or lessen her importance by calling her a cartoon character. I don't know. I've thought about it. If anyone has any ideas in the chat room, please go ahead and post it. And Peaceful Days, go ahead and take a look. I haven't been able to figure that part out. I don't know. It's unfortunate because you would think that if you're a father and you love your child, you're not going to be calling them cartoon characters and disparaging them and talking all this mess and doing all this. So I don't know. In other words, it can't be a good thing. I'll say that. I do know that. Okay, it's not a term of endearment for sure. It's a term of disrespect and devaluation. Okay, I wish I had an answer. I don't. It's so bizarre. Yeah, maybe that's it. That may be it right there. Very wise. It may be a way of dehumanizing her. Maybe. I think that's highly likely that it's his way. I'm going to dehumanize you by calling you a cartoon character, and you're nothing more than a Smurf, and your mama is Mama Smurf. See, but what kind of father does that? I mean, what kind of father wants to demean their own daughter like that and devalue and dehumanize? You know, that is what it is. Because he did the same thing with the conscious stripper, if you guys remember. He started calling her a maggot, dehumanizing her, a COINTELHO to dehumanize her. He did the same thing with her. Yeah, I think that's what it is. It's an attempt to dehumanize. But you would think that someone, if Umar truly loved his daughter, I don't think he had any love for anyone. If he did have love for her, he wouldn't be dehumanizing her. So I think that's what it is. And thank you, Dre. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's get back to the video. I'm gonna go see if I can find this. I don't know I can find it, but I'll look it up. I'll find yeah. You dehumanize her and minimize his good. Yeah. I mean, we can go on and on this. Yeah, very, very good. Okay, let's get back to this video. I'm gonna see if I can find this other one though too. Okay, I'll be right back. Where we at? I think it's this right here.
I didn't say they got pregnant by themselves, did I? I didn't say they got pregnant by themselves. That's why you just got blocked. Nobody said anything about them getting pregnant alone. And guess what? I wanted my children.
By the way, we're 22 likes away from 500. Okay, so we're almost there. If you haven't hit that like button, you're enjoying the show, go ahead and hit it. We still got 1,000 people in the building.
I was happy when Mama Smurf told me she was pregnant. I was happy when Mama Smurf told me she was pregnant. Mama Smurf, you remember when you came to my apartment? It was the end of my school psychologist internship with the School District of Philadelphia, 2001. It was the end of my school psychologist internship with the School District of Philadelphia, 2001. Mama Smurf said, I got to come talk to you. Mama Smurf came to my house. I said, what's up, Mama Smurf? She said, I'm pregnant. I said, what do you want to do? She said, I'm open. I can keep it. I cannot keep it. I'm kind of open. I said, listen.
What?
I'm ready to have a child if you're ready to have a child.
I don't believe this at all.
I said, I'm ready to have a child if you're ready to have a child. This is what I told Mama Smurf in my house.
I don't believe it at all.
I'm ready to have a child if you're ready to have a child. But I said this to Mama Smurf. I said, but I want to say this to you. This baby doesn't automatically make us a family, but I would love to explore that with you. This baby doesn't automatically make us a family, but I want to explore that with you.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. I don't believe that at all. Okay, because remember, she wants him to marry her, right? Based on what Umar says. Okay, but he's trying to frame it as if she was comfortable with just giving the baby up, right? Not having the baby. See? What I think Umar was the one that didn't want to have that baby. That's what I think. See, everything leans towards that. Remember, he's the one that abandoned the child. See? Again, Umar's premise is what? Umar's premise is that the mama wants to marry him, right? Okay, well, if she wants him to marry him, wouldn't she have the baby? And Umar, if you don't want to have the baby, but she's open to not having the baby, why would she want you to marry her? Wait, hold on a second. That's convoluted. Umar's premise is that she wanted to marry him, but he didn't want to marry her. But the premise of she wanting to marry him is based upon them having a baby. But if she wants to marry him, Why would she even think not to have the baby? Umar saying, I wanted to have the baby, but she was open to not having the baby. You see what I'm saying? Boy, Umar. What I think Umar didn't want to have the child. I don't think she wanted to marry him either. You see that, Ed Davis? Y'all, anyone, you'll follow me on that? Hit the one. See, that's logic right there. Logic and reason. It's convoluted, but see, that's what I'm saying. Umar, he's such a liar. If you listen carefully, this guy lies all the time. His lie about her wanting to marry him, it gets exposed based upon the lie that he's saying here now, that she was open to not having the baby, but I wanted to have the baby. Boy, Umar's a trip. That's what I mean. He's a master manipulator. He don't fool me, though. He don't fool the Cookie Crush chat either. Yeah. Man, that's a trip right there. He's something else. He really is. I ain't never seen, I ain't never seen nobody like Umar. He's something else. Let's keep going. Here we go.
And I also want to say this. I only want to have this child if you are not going to use it as a weapon against me.
What? Who talks like that? The baby's not even born. This is Umar. He's setting the stage for the baby being used as a weapon against him. And he already told her in advance not to do it. So the fact that she did it makes her even worse. You see? Boy, Cookie Crush chat, Umar is a trip. He a trip, y'all. Listen, you ain't going to see this on Netflix. You ain't going to see this on Netflix. Lifetime, none of that stuff. You ain't going to see it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's just crazy. It's just a bunch of bullshit. Hey, Bridget, how you doing? He's sweating and lying. That's what he do. That's two things we know Umar for. He be sweating in his mama closet. Looking all bummy face, all sagging and shit. Look at him. He be sweating and lying. That's the two things. He get to lie and he starts sweating. The more he sweat, the more he lie. All right, let's go.
If you are going to take me to child support, if you are going to keep my children away from me, I don't want the child. I told her. I don't know. I looked her in her face. If you are going to run around and play games with my baby, if you are going to put me in child support, if you are going to...
Exactly, with his wrestling belt. Now, you see what Umar's doing here? He's setting the stage up very, very manipulative. He's setting the stage up for all the stuff that he's going to say that she did to him later, because to victimize him. And he's saying that he told her in advance not to do these things. This guy he's a goofy. Shout out to Creole Angel here. He got a W. I'm going to get me one though, Creole. I already looked it up. I just got to get the graphic design and I already looked it up. I'm going to get me one. It's going to say Cookie Crush Chat on it. I mark my word. And on it, I'm going to give special recognition to everyone in the Cookie Crush Chat. Put all your names on it. That'll sound like Umar. Just be lying and shit. All right.
To keep me from my child, I don't want the child. But if you are going to be an adult and we can co-parent, let's do this. And she said, as long as you take care of your baby, I will never take you to child support. She lied to my face.
See?
You lied to my face.
You see what he's doing? I called it. Hit the one.
Mama Smurf, you remember that first conversation? You said, as long as you take care of your child, I will not take you to child support.
You're right.
I will not keep you from your baby. And that's exactly what the hell you did. You lied to my face. You knew the whole time you was not going to let me be in my daughter's life.
But she wanted to marry you, but you didn't, Umar. You didn't want to marry her. See, the story don't even make no sense what he's saying. Yeah, he said, if I have to pay child support, I'm out of here. Umar, he's something else. I ain't never seen nothing like it. If I have to pay child support, I'm out. If you use the baby against me, I'm out. Baby ain't even born yet. Based on the story that Umar tells. That's what I'm saying. The story don't even make sense. You can't say it's 100% fair. You can't even say 50% accurate. The The story makes no sense. He's saying before the child is even born, he's telling her what she should not do. And then she promises not to take on the child support, not to weaponize the child against it. But he's just setting all this up so that he's perceived to be the victim later on in the story. See?
You knew the whole time you was going to take me to child support. She looked me in.
What? Why would she know the whole time that she was going to take her to child support when she wanted to marry you, Umar? You see what I'm saying? This guy lies so much. His story don't even make no sense. No sense. What kind of man? I need something to drink. I want to drink this Celsius. I was going to drink it yesterday, but I don't want to drink it now because then I'm going to be up. I got to go to bed early, or at least some relatively early. If I drink it now, I'm going to be up to 4 a.m. shaking and shit. You know, Umar. He probably at home looking at clothes and looking at the wall. Just, oh wow, it's the trash man. Y'all remember that? One time Umar, he was high as a kite. He's oh wow, it's the trash man. I said what? I said what's wrong with y'all? Think I'm playing? He had to hit the one. Okay. Thanks, God. Umar, he was bugging. He was bugging, tweaking and shit. All right, let's go.
In my face.
Yeah, he was tweaking.
As long as you take care of your baby, I will not take you to child support.
Yeah,
I will not keep you from your child. And she did both. And she did both. And she did both. I'm going to tell you like this. And I don't care who don't like it because I'm not here for y'all. I'm not here for y'all. I'm here to clear the air for my supporters because I think
he about to say something really, really real mean-spirited.
People who have stood by me these 10 years have a right to know the truth. That's the only reason why I'm going live. I could give the damn about a struggle streamer. I couldn't care less about a struggle streamer.
Umar, you're the struggle streamer. You're live streaming inside your mama closet looking funky. With a WWF belt on, talking shit about your own daughter. You're the struggle streamer, bro. Struggling in your mama closet. Damn.
I was not a doctor. I wasn't a doctor when either child was conceived, but I was a certified school psychologist.
And look how you acted.
I was not a doctor when either child was conceived, but I was a certified school psychologist. I was not a doctor when either child was conceived, but I was a certified school psychologist.
It's true, though.
I am wrong for impregnating the mothers of my children, not being married to them. I was wrong for impregnating the mothers of my daughters without being married. I am not wrong for not marrying them. I do not regret at all, and I don't care who don't like it.
That's not even the issue. The issue is that you were abandoning your children. You were wrong for that, Umar. See how he's trying to put everything on the baby mamas, but look at it. This guy, look at it. This guy is he's mentally disturbed. Look at him. See? But he wants to spin the narrative to where the focus is right here is on the baby mamas, not the daughter. The daughter is the one that's exposed Umar. But see, there's no comeback to that. I mean, he can demean the daughter as much as possible, but most people aren't going to accept it. But if he can target the baby mamas and paint them as these evil deviants, then there are people who are going to believe this stuff. See? But see, that's not the issue. The issue is not whether you married them, Umar. The issue is, why is it that you were a deadbeat who decided to be absent in your children's lives and you weren't paying child support on time either? See? MHB Television, and how's it going? Says Smurf talk is a tactic used to downplay a situation, make it seem less serious, similar to how a con man smiles while he's selling counterfeit goods. Yeah, I can see that too. So downplay the situation. I think it has a double effect though. You downplay the situation, but you also dehumanize the person that you're calling Smurf, which also downplays the situation, because people aren't going to see that person as someone that's deserving of human respect. You see? So yeah, this ties right to it. You make it seem less serious, even though it's very serious. Listen, I'm going to throw this out here, and I could be wrong. Umar could also be attempting to make it seem less serious by focusing on the baby mamas, as opposed to him focusing on the fact that he abandoned his children. Okay, I could be wrong on that, but it makes it less serious. Because see, the idea of Umar talking all of this about how black men, you need to do this, you need to do that, and y'all ain't shit because you ain't taking care of your kids for all these decades now. This is rhetoric. But then come to find out, for a lot of people, we knew it a long time ago, that he's speaking out against the type of man that he actually is. So let's downplay that. Let's make it less serious and not focus on the fact, I'm talking about Umar, that Umar is a deadbeat and he decided to abandon his children. Let's focus on the baby mamas, and let's look at how what they did that put me in a position to be victimized by using and weaponizing and keeping my baby away from me. See, what it does, it downplays the real situation. The real situation is that Umar decided to abandon his children, 3 of them. So I think it goes hand in hand with what Dre is saying. See, it's a dehumanizing tactic, but it's like a misdirection. Well, I can't remember what the term is. It's a misdirection. He wants people to look over here as opposed to looking over here. He wants the people to look at the baby mamas and demonize them as opposed to them looking at the daughter. Because people instinctively, if you're a loving human being, you recognize that for a father to abandon their daughter, to abandon their child, it's the ultimate form of betrayal. But Umar doesn't want people to see that. See, smoke and mirrors, he wants people to focus on over here, and it downplays the severity of the situation, and it makes it seem less serious. Yep. Yeah, it's a distraction, but there's another term. People do this in debate sometimes, where they feel like they're losing on a particular issue. Yeah, that's it right there. Jesus Christ, thank you, sir. He's deflecting. That's it. So Smurf talk is a deflection. See, downplay the situation away from, you still dehumanize, because he still calls the daughter of Smurf, but you notice he's focusing on the baby mama right now. That's mainly what he's been focusing on. See, but that's not the issue. That's his excuse that he's concocted, and he wants to paint this narrative that's a false narrative. See, the real issue is the fact that Umar abandoned his daughters, and plus another child. Okay, I don't know if the other child is male or female. Okay, a really good point right here. I think it correlates to what Drea was saying perfectly. Okay, we need to start getting going here. We got 1,000 people in the building. We already got 500. We got 522 likes. Let's go for 550 before we close out. I think we'll be here for another 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes. Also, I do have something I want to play from Jamal. We can get into tomorrow, but if we have time, so y'all want me to play it, I could pull it up. I got all the receipts. We could do a whole show on Jamal, but he's irrelevant. Okay. Okay, let's keep going. Here we go.
I do not regret at all not marrying those 2 women. Absolutely no regret. They did not deserve it with what they did to me and how they ostracized my children from their daughters. You can say whatever the hell you want to say.
Yeah. In debate, it's the use of logical fallacies. Yeah, you're right. In a debate setting. Okay, but these words work too. Yeah, it's a sleight of hand because he wants people to look over here instead of looking over there. Okay, he's very crafty. That's what I mean by he's a master manipulator. And it's true. There are people who they actually believe this mess.
So, baby Smurf, if you are...
Yeah, if y'all don't mind, listen, I'm not going to be here to shame people, but listen, if we have 1,000 people, we should at least be able to get to 550 likes. I think it's doable. Okay, if we don't get it, I still love y'all, but if y'all don't mind, just going to hit that like button if you're enjoying the show. If you don't like it, hit it anyway. Okay, take you 2 seconds, okay? All right. Yeah, here we go. Smoke and mirror, sleight of hand, banana in the tailpipe, however you slice it, very similar substance. Presented without actual substance. Yeah, you're right. The thing too is that notice that Umar, he doesn't have a way of wherein people can independently verify what he's saying. See, he'll say he'll say I still have the cake from my daughter's first birthday, but where's the cake at? He'll say I have paperwork on this or on that. Okay, we'll show the paperwork and let us see it. See, he's posting on social media all the time. Take a image of it, take an image and upload that image Page 1, page 2, page 3, page all the way up, page 50, page 6, and let us take a look at it. See, listen, if I tell you that I have a video of Jamal Johnson disparaging Umar and talking about how he wants Umar to talk about what Jamal's talking about, I can give you guys the receipt. I can play it for you right now if you want me to, but I can give you guys a link to go find it. Or if that link is no longer active, I can send it to you. I can upload it onto YouTube and you can look at it for yourself. But Umar doesn't do that. See? And that's what I mean by substance presented, or that's what Fairchild is alluding to here, is substance presented without actual substance. And the substance without substance is really ties to Umar painting a false narrative that people, they won't even accept substance. They don't want receipts. They don't want any verification. They accept it because they believe in Umar. See? But I've already proven over the years that Umar, he's a liar. That's what he does. And see, the orientation that you Umar Johnson followers should have, even at this point, anything that Umar Johnson says, you never take it as the truth. Okay? What you do is you wait for Umar to prove it to be true. And there has to be tangible evidence that conclusively proves that what he's saying is true. And in the absence of that, you don't accept what he says as being true because he's a pathological liar. Okay? Yeah, that's another thing that Umar, and good point too, Fairchild. That's another thing that Umar does. He resorts to ad hominem attacks instead of dealing with the facts. Yeah, that's another thing that he does. Okay, now I'll clown, and I'll that's just part of how the show goes. But I can back up everything that I say. Okay? And then again, when I'm speculating, I'll tell people I'm speculating. I'll say what I think is. Okay, but if I say this is what it is, this is what it is, and I can back it up. Okay. All right, let's keep going. Here we go.
Are marrying a man, I will walk you down the aisle. If you are not, I won't. And then you said, my name is not on your birth certificate because when she had me, he left. Another lie. Another lie. His name is not on my birth certificate because when she had me, he left.
Okay, listen, Umar. Why are you see him shaking his leg and shit? That's that anxiety ADHD. All right. The anxiety is because all this has built upon it. We got to get into we'll get into tomorrow. Black Anonymous is matter of fact, let me post it inside the chat room. You guys can check it out when you have some time, but we'll get to it tomorrow for sure. Matter of fact, I'll post it. No, what I'll do is tomorrow in the live stream, I'll set it up. I'll put I'll post a comment and I'll link it in the blog inside of the comment section, and I'll pin it to the top. That way we can get into that tomorrow. It'll be perfect. Okay, it'll be perfect. But what Umar's doing here, you notice he's agitated, he's aggravated, but part of it is the stress of continuing with all of this lying. Umar, if you were on the birth certificate, then why did you tell that story in the other video where you said that she was flipping through and she went to the page where you were supposed to sign, but you didn't want to sign it and you left? Hit the one. And he was talking about how she was the one that was screaming and she was upset, and then she said something to the effect of, Umar, why you always think that people are out to get you? And I made the comment that Umar he deals with paranoia. He's paranoid. In my opinion, he's paranoid schizophrenic. We've already shown examples of him and evidence of him talking about he saw something that wasn't there and that he heard something that wasn't there. Remember, he was in the snow. He's done it other times too when he's walking through them grave sites and shit. He's looking around and shit. When he was over in Africa, same thing. He had an episode. See? But he has paranoia. Remember? See, he forgets his lies. Okay, I ain't making it up. This was the video where he was threatening, right? He was saying, if you don't produce my baby, he was going nuts then. He was crashing out. And what he said was that when he went to the hospital to go sign the birth certificate, the mama had went to the page where he was supposed to sign, but he didn't get to look at all the other pages, but he didn't want to look at, he wanted to look at all the pages because he was like, who do you think I am? I'm just going to sign this. And he got upset. He says, I'm done with this. You know how sassy his ass is. I'm done with this. I'm tired of this. And he storms out. She was yelling and all this stuff. She was yelling. No, probably Umar was yelling and he's storming out. And then that's the reason why he's not on the birth certificate. And remember, he even lied about, he said, well, you know, and she didn't want to give the daughter my name. Well, she has your last name. What are you talking about? He lies so much. Abdullah. See? Yeah. I ain't making it up. You guys remember this? See? Umar, he lies so much. Yeah. He lies so much, it's ridiculous. Let's keep going. Here we go.
My name is not on your birth certificate because when she had me, he left. Another lie. Another lie. His name is not on my...
Listen, we already watched a video where Umar tells a story that he left. He didn't want to sign it, remember?
Anyway. Birth certificate because when she had me, he left. First of all, I don't know what birth certificate you looking at, but the ones I got have my name on it.
He didn't say the one I got. He said the ones I got. By the way, Umar, if you have them, show them then. That's what I was going to say, Walter. I was going to say the same thing. Nice glasses too, by the way. I was going to say the same thing. This goes back to what Fairchild was saying, the homie. See, wasn't that what Fairchild was saying? Substance with no substance. Umar, if you're going to make that assertion or make that claim, where's the proof of it? He don't have the proof. Just like he don't have the proof that he still has the cakes from her first birthday party 20 years later somewhere. He still has the cakes. See? Yeah, we call 600. Yeah, I might get to 600. I appreciate it. Y'all just going to hit that like button. Oh, you can't hear me? Oh. Can y'all hear me? Someone said they can't hear me. Oh, no, I think it's fine. Okay. Yeah, I know. It's incredible. He just keeps going and going and going. He just lies over and over again, over again. And look at it. I mean, he's sitting inside his mama closet with a WWF belt and looking funky. Looking about as funky as you can be. Yeah, I hope y'all can hear me. Oh, yeah, okay, y'all can hear me. How's it going, Southern Happiness? Thanks for tuning on in. Ike's in the building as well. Ike's always causing trouble. Jerry says, I'm sure he has signed them now because the court made him when established child support. Hello. Amen. Umar, if you were on the birth certificate, then why did you have to take a paternity test, sir? Good point, Therese. Excellent. See, that's what you call critical thinking skills. That's what we do up over here. We clown too and joke, but that's real talk right there. Okay, so this is baby mama number 1, 2002 to 2021, and look down here. It says 2002 complaint for support. And then at the bottom, 2002 defendant has signed an acknowledgement of paternity. But if you're on the birth certificate, why would you need to do that in the first place, Umar? See? God lies so much, it's incredible. Let's keep going.
I don't know what birth certificate you're looking at, little girl, but the ones I have my name on it. I don't know what birth certificate you looking at, baby Smurf, but my birth certificates that I have of you,
yeah, you're
have
right,
your name, have my name on it. So I don't know what your mother talking about. My birth certificates have my name on it. Now,
got him.
Let me tell you what happened. And I've already told this story in
Here he goes.
Sweden, but I'll tell you again. Your mother called me to the hospital late at night. She said, you got to sign the birth certificate, paperwork. I go to the hospital. She has the papers full.
Excuse me. What's the question that comes to my mind? Y'all read my mind right now. He said, your mama told me to come to the hospital late at night. What's the question that comes to my mind? Remember, I got 5 babies. Last 3 I delivered with my own hands. The question that automatically comes to my mind is, Umar, why was your ass there in the first place? Why did she have to call you in the nighttime for you to come to the hospital? Yeah, there you go. See, you already know. Exactly. Yeah. See? You see what I'm saying? See? We working now. We working now. Umar, where was your ass? Huh? You such a deadbeat. Let's keep going. Look at him. This guy looked like some sort of a crazy character, cartoon character.
Folded back. She didn't want me to read nothing. She just told me to sign right here. Your mother thought I was dumb enough to sign the paperwork without looking at it. When I flipped back on the paperwork, I saw.
Umar know his style. He do, Mommy Rica. He looks so deranged. He is.
Saw that she did not have my last name. So I told your mother, I'm tired of this. I'm going to get my blood test and I'm leaving. And that's what I did. I walked out the hospital.
Yeah, but see, here we go. He's contradicted himself so much. You weren't there in the first place. Let's go back. Wow.
Your mother called me to the hospital late at night. She said, you got to sign the birth certificate, paperwork. I go to the hospital. She has the papers folded back. She didn't want me to read nothing. She just told me to sign right here. Your mother thought I was dumb enough to sign the paperwork without looking at it. When I flipped back on the paperwork, I saw that she did not have my last name. So I told your mother, I'm tired of this.
What? Yeah, that's a good point too, by the way. Wait, didn't he say he was the first to hold the baby? And they don't wait the next day to bring the birth certificates paperwork. They do that as soon as possible. Hit the one. Alakia right there just blew it all over. You just blown it all up right there. This guy lies so much, it's incredible. Let me read it again. Didn't Umar say he was the first to hold the baby? If you were the first to hold the baby, then that paperwork would have been in your hand very quickly. But you just said that she had to call your bum ass late at night to come to the hospital. Were you even there? What I'm saying is, was Umar even there for the birth? If he was there for the birth, let's look here. You've already blown it up, but let's do this. We're gonna go with Umar's lie that he was there and he was the first person to hold the baby. Okay. Why didn't you stay after that to sign the paperwork for the birth certificate? Because they bring that shit out very quickly. They ain't playing no games. They got other babies delivered. They got to get the bottom line. They trying to get this paperwork filed. They get all this stuff taken care of. They got it down. It's like it's down to a science. They ain't playing no games. They ain't wasting no time. But we're going to assume, look here for a moment, that Umar was there when the baby was born, was the first person to hold the baby. Okay, what happens then, Umar? What do you hold the baby, give the baby to the mama, and then leave? What kind of man? And then later, presumably the next day, I don't know, could be 2 days later for some reason, she has to call you at the nighttime for you to come to sign a birth certificate. Now, listen, this assumes we're going along with Umar's head movie, at least for the first part of it. Okay. It's actually possible that Umar wasn't there, and he wasn't there to sign the birth certificate either. Remember, he said that she didn't want to give the baby the last name, but the baby has his last name. See? Lies all over the place. Yeah, you right about that. It's crazy, scary, goofy, and hilarious at the same time. And yeah, Jesus get that will, because I can't do nothing with it. I'm trying. I've been trying. Dion says, I feel the only reason he's even trying to address it is not to help the relationship with his daughter, but to salvage his chances to crush cookies. Deadbeat is an unattractive quality to most women. Yeah. It's damage control. It's not, and I already know, Dion, he doesn't care about this baby, because if he cared about the baby, he wouldn't be disparaging her. He wouldn't even be online. Same thing with Jamal. If Jamal really cared about Umar when he was initially coming out criticizing Umar, he would have never came out to criticize Umar and clout chasing and shit. He wouldn't have done that. That's not what a caring father does. Same thing applies to Umar. See, there's two things I think with Umar. One, he wants to salvage his chances at crushing cookies. Yeah, because that's his main thing. But two, it's hand in hand. The other thing is that he wants to salvage his ability to get money out of people under this idea of saving black boys. But how are you going to save black boys when you weren't even present in your own daughter's life? So he has to go into this mode of trying to salvage whatever he can, damage control over time, but he's only made it worse because his true colors come to light. Okay? Yeah, Umar, he doesn't care. See, all of this could have been avoided. Well, the truth is, all this could have been avoided if Umar was present in his children's life in the first place. But once we get into 2025, it's crazy. What's happened over the last month or so could have all been avoided by Umar simply responding to his daughter and giving her the information that she asked for, and then using that as an opportunity, as I've said before, to bridge a gap back into her life. That's it. All this other stuff is instigated by Umar. Her being in the hospital last night, that's instigated by Umar. Right? And she's dealing with other stuff too. Okay, I get that. But to have her father come out and do this online for the world to see, he has 1 million followers on Instagram. What type of pressure? And then it's viral. It's all over the internet over the last couple of days. People are covering it who have large platforms. They have millions of subscribers and all this kind of stuff on YouTube. Okay, how does that impact this young lady? See, if Umar loved her and cared for her, he wouldn't have done this, because he would have known better than to set in motion what has taken place to where yesterday she's in the hospital. Or the day was yesterday before yesterday. I can't remember now. Anyway, he ain't got no love. He's just trying to salvage his reputation. But that's what his daddy was doing too. Same thing. Thanks for the super chat. Beast Nation says, if you think Umar looks like a buster with that belt, give me a hell yeah. He does. It's juvenile, silly, and it's deplorable because he's supposed to be 50 years old. I'm gonna get me one though too, just to clown him. I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna clown him. But he's doing it. It's more for the optics of it. Like I said before, he wants to present himself as if he's a champ. He's undefeated. Can't nobody beat him, including his daughter. It's me against her. Therefore, it's his followers against her. Like he said, pick a side. You know, remember back in the day we watched wrestling. We would always pick somebody, even if we knew they were going to lose. I'm talking about WWF, WWE. I really WWF. That's what I grew up on. Coco Beware. I used to root for him all the time. I think he won like one match that I've seen. Other than that, he lost every single time. See, but I rooted for him. I always picked a side. See, well, that's what Umar, he's setting up the same dynamic. It's him against his daughter, him against his baby mamas, and therefore, by proxy, it's his followers against his daughter, his followers against his baby mama, which ties back to what Dion says. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about his daughter because he wouldn't have set that dynamic up in the first place. But he did that weeks ago. See? Yeah, Umar's something else. The belt in and of itself is goofy. It's goofy for him to be sitting inside of his mama's closet, live streaming, struggle streaming in his mama's closet with a WWF belt on. Who does that? I ain't never seen nothing like that in my life. See? And he's supposed to be the most requested scholar? He's a school psychologist? No. He's a bum from Philly, straight up. Thanks, Beast Nation. And then Jonathan Kidd says, Umar, Prince of Pan Africanism. Yeah, he is. He is. I think I did a show where I had the the thumbnail, it said Prince of Pookieism or Prince of Pan Pookie, something like that. Pan Pookieism. Yeah, that's what it comes down to. He's a Pookie. You know, he want to talk all this mess about black men for all decades now, but at the end of the day, he's a Pookie. Okay. Thanks, Jonathan. Yeah. That's back in the day. A lot of people don't even know who Coco Beware was. Well, he was one of my favorites. He just lost every single time. Yeah, he had those glass at a bird. He used to go like this. Okay, let's finish this up because let's see how we doing on time. Okay, we're going to go for another 15 minutes, and that should give us some time to finish this particular video, and then we'll reset tomorrow for the next video that he did, and it follows this one. Both of these videos are an hour, but hopefully we can get to more of it. The second video, get through more of it tomorrow. Okay, here we go.
Paperwork. I go to the hospital. She has the papers folded back. She didn't want me to read nothing. She just told me to sign right here. Your mother thought I was dumb enough to sign the paperwork without looking at it. When I flipped back on the paperwork, I saw that she did not have my last name. So I told your mother, I'm tired of this. I'm going.
Wait a minute. The baby has the last name, Umar. What are you talking about? This guy, wow.
I'm going to get my blood test and I'm leaving. And that's what I did. I walked out the hospital. I got my blood test and she threw me into child support and you was barely 3 months old. Now, I still went to every doctor's appointment. I was still there. I was never not there for you or your mother. I was never not there. I went to every appointment, prenatal and postnatal, until she started the hide and go seek games. And when your mother went to court with those fake abuse pictures, when your mother went to court after that man bust her windows out and threatened your life, after that man bust your mama car windows and threatened her life, and her and your grandma concocted a fake story with fake makeup pictures and took that into court and tried to get my life destroyed, completely ruined, I had to start moving with caution, but I did not quit. I had to start moving with caution, but I did not quit. I had to start moving with caution, but I did not quit. I wasn't on the birth certificate because your mother didn't give you my last name and she tried to play games with the paperwork at the hospital. Tell her to tell you the whole story. Tell her to tell you the whole story. Tell her to tell you the whole story. And let me tell you something about your grandpa. Because you told the people that your Grandpa Johnson, my biological father. Grandpa Johnson, my biological father. Grandpa Johnson, my biological father. You said he reached out to you. I don't know why Grandpa Johnson reached out to you, because Grandpa Johnson knows I don't like him being in contact with you without my permission. Grandpa Johnson had no business reaching out to you because Grandpa Johnson knows I don't mess with him and I don't want him in contact with my children. But let me tell you what your mother and Grandpa Johnson did behind my back when you was a toddler. You ready for this one, baby Smurf? Ask your mom about this. I want you to ask your mama about this. One day I'm coming home from work and my brother is there. And my father's youngest son says to me, his oldest son.
Here we go.
My father's youngest son says to me, his oldest son, he said, Abu was over your baby mama house.
Okay, hold on one second. Because he's told the story before. I have the older version of him telling it, but let me just go back just 1 second. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, he about to go there.
Something about your grandpa. Because you told the people that your Grandpa Johnson, my biological father. Grandpa Johnson, my biological father.
Yeah, it really is.
Grandpa Johnson, my biological father.
Yeah, he does. He does, mommy. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
You said,
mommy, Rika. Oh, shit. I apologize. I'm tripping. I think it's this. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. This could be a TV show, a Netflix special, Meet the Johnsons. Oh my God. No, I apologize. I didn't mean to do that. I apologize. Oh, shit. Listen, I didn't mean nothing by it, people. Listen, I apologize, okay? You guys got me feeling all bad shit. All right. I apologize. All right, listen. Hey, Poppy, Derek, Poppy, Derek. Yeah, Derek is like, whoa, pause. I'm just trying to even it out, okay? All right. Okay, let's get set here. Here we go. This is really what I want to get to. Let's see what, because he's told this story before. No, Abu means my boy was like, pause. We said, oh shit. What did I got myself? Okay. Someone was asking about Abu. That means father. Okay, so that's why he's saying Abu. Here we go.
He reached out to you. I don't know why Grandpop Johnson reached out to you, because Grandpop Johnson knows I don't like him being in contact with you without my permission.
But he's an absentee. Umar's absent. So how can you say that someone doesn't have permission to go see the child? Okay? I'm not a defender of Jamal. Y'all know how I feel about Jamal. He's a bugaboo. Okay, but grandparents, they have what they call that because they have parent. I apologize, everybody. I should have waited. I'm hungry and thirsty. I just don't want to drink that drink because I'm gonna be up for 4 hours. I'm too old for that. There's parental rights, but then there's also grandparents' rights too, right? I don't know what they call it exactly, but he has a right to see the child. Yeah. Yep. And Umar's absent. It's not like he's present anyway. They do. They have rights. You know what I'm saying? Listen. Y'all know I criticize Jamal because he needs to shut the fuck up. Okay? Straight up. He should have shut the fuck up a long time ago. He just don't listen. He hard-headed. But he did the right thing to go and visit his granddaughter. I commend him for that. Yeah? He did the right thing. Yeah, I'm always fair. But Umar, his sense of power and control is so great. He thinks that somehow he can dictate to someone else, his own father, who's the baby's granddaddy, that that Jamal can't go and see his child without his permission, even though Umar's absent in the first place. Boy, Umar, he a trip. Let's go.
Grandpop Johnson had no business reaching out to you because Grandpop Johnson knows I don't mess with him and I don't want him in contact with my children.
Damn, Umar.
But let me tell you what your mother and Grandpop Johnson did behind my back when you was a toddler. You ready for this one, baby Smurf? Ask your mom about this.
He gonna get mad. Look how he getting mad because he doesn't like that. He told this story before. There's a word for this. Yeah, he's up here shaking and shit. He used to go on Hulkamania. See?
I want you to ask your mama about this.
He mad.
One day I'm coming home from work and my brother is there. And my father's youngest son says to me, his oldest son. My father's youngest son says to me, his oldest son, he said, Abu was over your baby mama house. And we was raised Muslim. So in Islam, Abu means daddy, right?
Yeah. Okay.
In Islam, Abu means daddy. Mm-hmm. So he says, Abu was over your baby mama house.
Look at this guy. Damn. He be harboring shit for so long. This has to be almost 2 decades ago. Jamal did the right thing. I commend Jamal for going to go see the baby. It's the right thing to do. You know? But Umar's been harboring this for, it has to be close to 2 decades to here we are in 2025. And look at this guy. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. By the way, We'll get into this tomorrow. Black Anonymous did a blog post, and shout out to Black Anonymous. Did a blog post today. Wait a minute. No, it says March 17th, so this is before. This is before. Anyway, let me just show you. Let me do a screen share. We'll get to this tomorrow because it fits into what you just said. Here we go. Is it going to let me? Oh, hold on. Here we go. Is Umar Johnson a collapsing narcissist? What is a collapsed narcissist? Narcissistic collapse happens when a person who has narcissistic personality disorder becomes unable to uphold their grandiose, confident image due to a perceived fatal blow to their reputation. For example, having a child expose his negative behaviors, right? What are the behaviors of a collapsing narcissist? Number 1, angry outbursts. Number 2, irritable or defensive behavior. 3, verbal or physical aggression. 4, vindictive behaviors. They never forgive, so they're always going to be vindictive. Okay, we'll get to this tomorrow. It's a great read, right? But if you look at Umar, you can tell, and I told y'all he was going to get really upset. Look at this guy's face.
I said, Abu was over your baby mama. He was raised Muslim, so in Islam,
he starts scratching his head and stuff. Watch this.
Abu means daddy, right? In Islam, Abu means daddy. So he says, Abu was over your baby mama house.
Wow, y'all see that?
I said,
damn, this is y'all's principle. This guy damn near scratched his weave off. I'm sorry. I should have did. He does scratches. He scratched part of his. Let me stop. you know Umar. Look at this guy. He got some nerve doing this inside his mama closet. Boy, I feel bad for his mama too, because she got to hear all this. She's just trying to have some peace. Got up here yelling and shit. Talking crazy about his daddy. The doggone shame.
Abu was over your baby mama house. And we was raised Muslim. So in Islam, Abu means daddy, right? In Islam, Abu means daddy. So he says, Abu was over your baby mama house. I said,
you better be happy you got a white shirt on. All them flakes falling out. Anyway.
What? Abu was over your baby mama house. How in the hell can Abu, Grandpop Johnson, be at my baby mama house? He don't know my baby mama. I've never told him my baby mama.
Evidently he does, and that's a shame. Why wouldn't he know it? No, he knew it. And again, props to Jamal. That's the right thing to do. Okay?
Name. He don't know where my baby mama live. So how in the hell did Grandpop Johnson end up at baby mama house? Guess what happened, brothers and sisters?
Oh, now he gonna tell the story about the aunt, uncle, and the okay.
Guess what happened?
What happened, Umar?
My father's brother, my biological uncle,
dated
here you go. Mama Smurf's auntie. I'm gonna say it again. Stay with me.
Here he go.
I did not know this. My father's brother, my biological uncle, dated my baby mom's auntie. Nobody told me. Let me say it one more time.
Thank God, we got 600.
Father's brother
600?
dated my...
Hold on, did we get to 600? Let me see. Yeah, we got the 620, 619. Thank y'all so much. I'll tell you what, if we get to 650, I'll play California Love. Okay, here we go.
Baby mom's auntie, Auntie Smurf.
Here we go.
Auntie Smurf. I never met Auntie Smurf. I don't know Auntie Smurf. Much respect to Auntie Smurf.
Now you calling her Auntie Smurfs.
Grandpop Johnson connects with Uncle Johnson.
See, he has no regulatory skills in terms of his emotions. He has a very difficult time regulating his emotions. That's why you see him shifting and shaking in his chair. Y'all see this?
And Grandpop Johnson and...
Look at his legs. It's very troubling. Look at this guy.
Auntie Smurf. I never met Auntie Smurf. I don't know Auntie Smurf. Much respect to Auntie Smurf. So,
see this, like for instance, when I'm sitting here talking with y'all, and y'all not be running my mouth, I'm not doing like this with my legs and shit. You know, Umar be rubbing on himself.
Grandpop Johnson
He really
connects with Uncle Johnson, and Grandpop Johnson and Uncle
Right.
Johnson gets in touch with Auntie Smurf. Stay with me, y'all. Stay with me. Stay with me.
Yeah, this guy nuts. Look at him. Okay, y'all update me when we get to 650. I'll play California Love. Look at Umar.
Stay with me. Grandpop Johnson goes behind his son's back. Grandpa Johnson goes behind his son's back.
Okay.
Gets with his brother, Uncle Johnson. They go and find Auntie Smurf. And Auntie Smurf connects them to Grandma Smurf.
Okay.
And so Grandpop Johnson, Uncle Johnson, Auntie Smurf, Grandmom Smurf get with Mama Smurf. And they arrange for my father behind my back. This is how scandalous your mother is.
He's really upset in 2025 about this. This happened probably about 20 years ago. I mean, it could have been 15. He's angry about it in 2025. The baby was born in 2001, correct? Let me make sure. 2002. Yeah, 2002. He's still mad about it to the point where you can tell in his face, and he can't control the anger. He has a temper. He has anger management issues. He doesn't know how to regulate his emotions. That's what it is.
This is how scandalous your mother is. This is how scandalous your mother is.
Hey, wait a minute. The mama didn't have anything to do with that process. That was Jamal. And again, Jamal did the right thing. That was Jamal and his brother, meaning Umar Johnson's uncle. See, because Umar Johnson's uncle was dealing with someone inside of his baby mama's family. They were dealing with each other. You all catch my drift? See, so it probably got back that, hey, listen, I know what a baby is because I'm dealing with one of the relatives up over there. So the uncle told Jamal, and Jamal did the right thing. He wanted to go see his grandchild. It's the right thing to do. Well, that ain't got nothing to do with the baby mama, but Umar wants to make it about the baby mama. See, really, this is a non-issue. No one did anything wrong, but Umar takes it as an offense, but it's more about him being in power control. If he can't go and see the child when he wants to, however he wants to, then no one should be able to see the child when they want to or however they want to. And he feels betrayed by his daddy because his daddy, who has he has the right to go see his grandchild. Umar feels betrayed. That's narcissism right there. Didn't nobody betray him? But Umar perceives it, and he's still angry about it in 2025. See?
Grandpop Johnson and Uncle Johnson gets with Auntie Smurf. They get Grandma Smurf, and they arrange with Mama Smurf to see Dr. Umar's baby behind my back without me not being allowed to see my own child.
Okay, wait a minute, Umar. Why weren't you allowed to see your own child? How about that? Let's start there. And based upon what Umar's saying, though, however, this could not have been 20 years ago. Because remember, Umar was in the child's life, he said, for 10 years, consistently up until between 5 and 6 years old. But then by the time the child is 10, he's out of the child's life. So by that time, that would be when Umar is unable to see the child. But he should be, unless there's something that happened. Here we go. Remember, he tells a story that they had joint custody, but he tricked that off. See? Because he was fucking up. So she got full custody, and something must have happened to where Umar couldn't even see the child. Based upon what he's saying right here, hit the one. We're going based upon what Umar's saying. Please, just so that in my own mind, hit the one on that, just so that I can say, okay, it makes sense. I mean, it doesn't make sense, but my analysis here makes sense. In other words, Umar is saying that by the time that his father, Jamal, who did the right thing, I commend him for it, goes to see Umar's daughter, Umar's not even allowed to see the daughter. But why wouldn't Umar be allowed to see the daughter? unless something happened wherein a court order was issued wherein Umar could not see the daughter. Perhaps Umar's lying, though. Because I'm taking that as word. Maybe he's lying here. Maybe by this time, Umar, because it would have to be after the 10 years, because Umar said that he was present at least consistently for 5 to 6 years, but then by the time she's 10, he makes the decision to pursue his career within the Black conscious space as a speaker, and he starts traveling all over the world. It coincides with the time period where he abandons his daughter, completely abandons his daughter. So this would have had, based on what Umar saying, it would have had happened. Umar's father seeing the grandchild after 10 years after the baby was born. So after 2000, it could have been 2012 or after or later. That makes sense. We at 650. We might get the 700. 655.
Bell, the father bell, California dreaming. To the rust step in his bed, that nigga who's screaming. To the from money and alcohol, the feed of the best five ball and jump and superstar. To the body, the rhythm died. To the college, to the champion. That's right. Like a slow jam. It's West Side, so you know that I'm bad down to no man. To the man, put it up on beat from Dre. To the root of the leg. From Oakland to West Side. The back down. Show me love. Inside about it.
All right. He said alcohol. Tippy the dough toe jam. Show me love. Boy, Umar, he's something else, boy. I tell you that. He's highly entertaining. We give him that. He's a liar, though. But he's highly entertaining. Okay, let's get back to it. So what I'm getting at is that based on what Umar is saying, his father would have had to go and see the baby after 2012. It could have been 2012, but 2012 or later. Someone also mentioned, and I'm aware of this, how, and this is from Ad Avis. What's up? Lenon, did you see when his daughter said her mom said it looked like he attempted to shift her baby teeth when he brought her back after being alone with her? Yeah, I remember that. Okay. Again, I can't speak to the veracity of that allegation, but I mean, it could have been a number of things. The baby could have fallen. Maybe Umar wasn't taking care of the baby right. I mean, with Umar, with his tendency towards aggression and him having a bad temper, the baby could have been crying. And I'm not even going to say what I was going to say because I don't want to put anything out there that I don't know to be sure. I mean, I can speculate, but what I'm saying is that there's all types of things that could have happened that could have been interpreted as if Umar attempted to quote unquote shift her baby's teeth. I mean, that's something that's way bizarre, way out there. But she did say something to that effect, but it could have been something else. The point is, based upon what Umar is saying here, he's making it appear as if he could not see the child. Okay. But the truth is that as a parent, if you should have parental rights, unless it's court ordered that you can't see the child. You can't say because of the baby mama. It doesn't work that way. And if the baby mama doesn't want you to see the child, then what you do as the big bad school psychologist is you go to the court system to ensure that you have visitation or you have partial custody or what have you. Umar didn't do that. He chose to do that because he chose not to. Okay. He's a deadbeat. Okay, that's the point I want to make. All right, let's get back to it. We got to start writing this down. Here we go.
All black fathers a question. If you are a black father, can I ask you a question?
No, you can't ask me nothing.
If you are a black father, I'm asking black men a question.
Real quick, Miss Controversy, Lynn, do you remember the cartoon Trans Z or Z? Yeah, I remember that. And which Voltron was better, the Lions or the Cars? You remember I remember Silverhawks was my favorite for a long time. Silverhawks, man, you old. Yeah, I'm old. Voltron was my favorite, and Voltron was better, in my opinion, than Trans Z. Trans Z, even the graphics wasn't all that great. I think Trans Z, Voltron, that was my favorite cartoon for a very long time. There was 5 lions. There was a car version too. I think the lion version was better. There was 5 lions, different colors. There was a black one was the main one. There was a red one, a yellow one, a green one, and I think a pink one. I think the woman, I had a crush on her too, by the way, when I was a kid. I think she was in a pink one, and they would form Voltron, and Voltron had a sword. That was one of my favorite cartoons growing up. Voltron, Transformers, G.I. Joe were my top 3. I used to love He-Man too, by the way, back in the day. And then Silverhawks, that was one of my favorites. It was more space-based. I remember they had a ship they would fly in, but then they would also have ground combat and stuff like that too. So I remember Silverhawks too. That was one of my favorites. Yeah, that's old school. Yeah, there was a cartoon real quick. I can't remember what it was called, but there was this cartoon where there was these vehicles, and it was good vehicles, and people would be driving in them, but then there was these bad vehicles that they kind of like looked like zombie vehicles, and there's something that had to do with this dome, and the domes would turn people into zombies, and then the good cars would go in and try to destroy the dome so that people wouldn't be zombies anymore. I can't remember what that was called, but that was one of my favorite ones too back in the day. Yeah, I'm old. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Controversy, for the super chat. And thanks again, Jonathan Kidd. I don't know if I thanked you earlier. Thank you for the super chat. Corny also says, family, that belt looking ridiculous as hell. Goofy, if it is. And I plan on getting one, but it just be more to clown Umar. It is. He's 50 years old, sitting inside his mama closet, going in on his daughter, his baby mama, the daughter's mother, and now he going in on his daddy. Umar, he's a trip. See? Thanks, Corny, for the super chat. And then really though says, mama's closet to Shaq's now. To Shaq's now. Honey buns and the snacks now. Tundi is where we put our Mac down. Show me love. Yeah. Mama closet to the shack down. Tippity, 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 tippity. Honey buns and the smacks down. Tundi is where we put our Mac down. Show me love. Mama's closet is where we party. Mama's closet is where we party. In the city of Mama's closet. In the city of good old closet. Whoa, y'all crazy. Show me love. All right. That was my jam back in the day. User 225 says, why Umar Johnson asking black fathers a question? He ain't one. We gonna leave it right there. Yeah, that's real talk right there. We're almost 700. Oh, y'all been hooking a brother up tonight. I appreciate it. Let me see where we're at, because I might have to queue back up to California Love. we at 681. If we get to 700, I'm gonna pull 700. I'm gonna pull it up again. What did I say? California in Mama's closet. We keep it rocking. In Mama's closet. In the city of Mama's closet. All right. That is crazy. Show me a closet. No, that don't work. All right. Thanks really dope for the super chat. User 5, thank you so much as well. And then Beast Nation says Umar left out the G because the G ain't in him. Yeah, he ain't got it like that. He don't. I don't think he ever had. It's a tragic story. I don't mean to get off topic, but it's really just sad all the way around. It's sad that Umar has gotten to this point. It's an all-time low, and we've been following him for many years. It's an all-time low. Let's go back to 2019 when he acquired his abandoned buildings, which I didn't think he was going to do, but he did it. Okay, I was wrong about that, and I told people back then I was wrong about that. Okay, I didn't think he was going to do it. Let's go back to 2019. Is there anyone that could have ever imagined that in 2025 Umar would be doing this? If in your mind you could conceptualize that back in 2019 or even in 2020, 2021, that you can conceptualize that Umar would be where he's at, hit the 1. If you couldn't conceptualize it, you would never have thought, hit the 2. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all, for me, it's a 2. I just put it in there. Right? He's anti-G. Okay. G rider, as we used to say. He's anti-G. Right? Because the G wouldn't have fallen to this low. This is literally it's an all-time low for Umar, and that's saying a lot because he's done over the years. He's crashed out several times. Remember the Kobe Bryant rant? That was a crash out. Yeah. Thanks, Beast Nation. Yeah, he ain't got no G in him. Yeah. Wow. Some people they thought that. Yeah. Which video are you talking about? Which video you talking about? JK. Go ahead and post it in there. Yeah, I would never have thought. Jonathan said, yeah, I would think about that because there were people who said at some point these kids are going to come out and tell the business, and it's happened. And Umar, he foreshadowed it not too long ago. He said, my daughter's probably going to come out and tell and expose me. And here we are. But I did not think that this would happen. Not like this. Yeah. Yeah, he really has. He's at an all-time low for sure. Okay, let's go ahead and wind this down. I think we got about 10 minutes on this video. I wanted to be done by now, but it is what it is. Here we go.
And if anybody want to text me, you know my number, 215-989-9858. 215-989-9858.
Yeah, let me go ahead and close out this poll before we close it, because I'm gonna forget about it. The question is, how much of Umar Johnson's narrative about his first baby mama is true? We've got 1,324 votes, 25 votes so far. 56% of the people who voted said 0% of what Umar says about this narrative is true. Okay, 0%. 26% of the people who voted say that 20% of what Umar said is true. 8% of the people who voted said that 50% of what Umar said is true. And 10% of the people said that 100% of what Umar Johnson said is true. So we probably have about 130 Umar Johnson followers that voted. No matter what he say, no matter how many lies he tells, including a lie about he still has the cake, they're still going to believe that he's telling the 100% truth. I would go with 20%. That's what I would go with. Okay, 0%. No, I think that there's elements of truth in here. Someone had expressed that sentiment earlier. It's just he twists things up. And with Umar, you never take what he says as being true. He has to. You have to expect evidence to prove what he's saying to be true. And in the absence of the evidence, you should not accept what he's saying as being true. The onus is always on him because he is a pathological liar. So I'm going to go with 20%. Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close this poll out. Thanks to everyone. There's about 1,300 people, 1,332 people who voted. I'm going to thank you guys so much. The likes are looking good too. Thank you all so much. Someone update me inside the chat room. If we get to 700, I'll go ahead and we'll do California Love one more time. Yeah. Then Umar, he was voting for himself over and over again. Yeah, I will go with 20%. I think that's fair, Gary. I think that's very fair. Okay, we had 693 likes. Okay, we need 7 more. Let's keep going. Here we go.
215-989-9858. I got a question for black fathers. If you are a father, would you go behind your son's back, knowing he can't see his child? Would you go behind your son's back, knowing he can't see his child? Would you go behind your son's back, knowing he can't see his child? Get with your brother who dated her aunt, get with the grandmom, get with the baby mom, and go spend time with your grandchild against the wishes of your son without your son's knowledge when he can't even see his own baby?
I sure would. I sure would. See? I give respect to Jamal for doing that. That's the right thing to do. See, Umar's opinion doesn't matter. He's the deadbeat. And if the grandfather wants to step up to the plate and try to reach out to his granddaughter, that's amicable. Okay, that's honorable. That's what I'm saying. I'm always fair. Okay. I'm always fair. Umar, when he's on some bullshit, I'll call it out. When he's not, it's all good. Jamal, same thing. When Jamal on some bullshit, I'll call it out. That's why I said just keep your fucking mouth closed. But you just keep your mouth closed, I wouldn't be talking about you, right? But if he does something that is honorable, okay, I'll give him credit for that. So if someone asks me this type of scenario, yeah, I would go and see my grandchild, and I would do whatever I can to help the grandchild and to help the baby mama to make their life as easy as possible. I don't know if that's what Jamal did, but that's what I would have done. And then when I saw if Umar was my son, I would have went up to him. I said, you bitch made. That's what I would have told him. See? I would say, what kind of man are you to where you ain't even going to go see your child? You ain't even taking care of the child. I would have told her before I went up over there. If Umar was my son, see? And that's real talk. See? But Umar, he wants to spin the narrative. As part of it is a narcissism and need to control other people. That he shouldn't be going over to go like he feels betrayed. No, the person who's betrayed is the daughter, but Umar has to make it about Umar. See, and the child is betrayed by who? Not by Jamal. Jamal did the right thing. Not by the baby mama, because the baby mama is in the child's life. Not by Jamal's brother, because Jamal's brother was looking out. See? Not by the aunt on the other side that Jamal's brother was dealing with. She's trying to make connections, family connections. They all did the right thing. Who did the wrong thing? Umar. But Umar wants to make it seem like he's the victim and his daddy did something wrong to him. No, he didn't do anything wrong. He did the right thing and respected him for that. Okay. Jonathan says, Umar angry, pencil panhandling pineapple. yeah, he angry. He just angry in the closet. You see this guy? I mean, his legs, y'all know y'all can't see my legs, but his legs are rattling. Retelling the story. I mean, he's been harboring this shit for over a decade. And even now, when he tells it in 2025, all the anger comes up. Something's wrong with him. Okay? Narcissists, like someone said earlier, they don't know how to forgive people. They're petty and they're very vindictive and they hold grudges. They'll create in their own mind these fictions of how people have betrayed them just so that they can go at them. And these people ain't saying nothing about them. They ain't doing nothing to them. See? Listen, like I said, I'm not a defender of Umar. I'm not a defender of Jamal. Right is right and wrong is wrong. And in this case, Jamal's right, Umar's wrong. But Umar, in his mind, he creates this whole narrative wherein he's being persecuted. He's being betrayed by his father, blah, blah, blah. No, Jamal didn't do anything wrong. Umar is the problem. And he in there angry as he want to be with his big old pineapple hitting on his way. All right, thanks, Jonathan. Shaya says, just because you squandered your right, he still has a right to see his grandbaby. Absolutely. See, something must have happened because remember, Umar had, because he's this based on what he said and the daughter said, that Umar had partial custody. But then Umar wasn't coming on time to, they do the exchange and all that stuff. So at a certain point, Umar stops showing up, and then the custody goes to who? Well, the parent who's consistent and who's there for the child. Well, that would be the child's mother. So she gets full custody. But even if she gets full custody, this is what I'm saying, something ain't right. Even if she has full custody, Umar should still have visitation rights unless something took place that would put him in a position or put the court in a position to say that, no, you can't come see the child. See, Umar can't simply say it's because the baby mama's keeping them from me. That's the narrative that he's spinning. See, either something happened and it was court ordered that he could not be with the child or see the child alone, okay? Or Umar ultimately decided to abandon the child completely. It's one of the two. Either way, it's not a good look. Remember, there's allegations of domestic violence. That could be part of it. See? Do I know that to be true? No. Do I think it's true? Yes. See? But something must have happened. Either something took place wherein Umar was denied visitations. Okay. He must have done something that would cause the court to say, you can't even visit with this child. Or it could have been supervised visitation, but he said he never was on supervised visitation. Okay. You let him tell it. But it was either that or two, he decided to completely abandon the child. So which one is it? It's one of the two. Either way, it's not a good look for Umar. Okay. Thanks, Shea. Good point. Okay, let's close this out now because I think there's about maybe 4 minutes on here. We need to get going here because it's getting late. I gotta go to bed.
Is there any father who would do that? Where the black men at in the chat? Where the black men at in the chat? I'm talking to the black men in the chat. Where y'all at? Brothers, where y'all at? Are there any black men who would go behind their son's back, get with the baby mom, spend time with the grandchildren?
We got the 700? All right. Here we go.
Good evening.
Oh, that's the wrong one. Well, I'll probably play that one tomorrow. If someone reminds me, I'll play that right there. Okay. Because y'all going to trip off of that one. That's for sure. Let me pull up the Tupac. Got the 700. Thank y'all so much. Hope y'all enjoyed the show. Thank you guys for tuning on in. We're almost done. Thanks to the mods for handling business too. I always appreciate you all. And thanks to everyone who hit that like button. If you send the super chats or cash or PayPal or super stickers, thank you guys so much. And thank you for those who voted. And also thanks to those those y'all hit that like button. Let's go.
Bells in front of bells, collar full of dreaming. And run step in his bed, that nigga hoops screaming. Did it from money and alcohol, the feed of the best five balls and jump up and so to the body, the rhythm died, to the college, to the champion. That's right. That's right. West Side, so you know that I'm bad down to no man. What I'm saying, put it up, bomb beat from Dre, to the roof of the leg, from Oakland to West Side, the back down. Show me love.
Right. That's the best part is right there. I have another one. I ain't gonna show it tonight, but someone remind me at some point. I have another one of him doing these lyrics again. He was sounding ridiculous too, but not as ridiculous this one. But I do have it. yeah, show me. That's the only part Umar. They for super chat too. That's the only part that Umar knew. He was waiting for. Everything else was tippy. Some Mama's closet in the city of Mama's closet. In the all right. Thanks, Chad, for the super chat again. Okay, let's finish this up. Here we go.
Without the son's knowledge, without the son's permission, and doesn't even advocate for his son to see his child, and doesn't even advocate for the
Why couldn't you see the child, Umar? Come on.
son to see his child, and doesn't even advocate for the son to see his child.
His child. 3 times.
The elders got together. Isn't that the African way? I guess it is.
Gonna get mad. He gonna get mad.
I guess it is. Without your son's permission, that's not the African way. Without your son's blessing, that's not the African way. Your son can't see his child, but you over there. Your son can't see his child, but you over there. Your son can't see his child, but you over there. And then my brother tells me he got pictures with my daughter in his living room. What?
Look at this guy. Well, good. Umar, you probably ain't got no pictures of your daughter inside your mama closet. So good for Jamal to have pictures of the baby, of his grandbaby inside his living room. Respect on that. All right. Listen, he's still a bugaboo. But I'm always fair. He's still a bugaboo though, anyway.
What?
My
brother told me Grandpa Johnson got pictures. He said he got pictures with your daughter in his house. How in the hell did Grandpa Johnson get pictures with my daughter and I can't even see my own daughter? Can I ask baby mamas, if you are a mother or a grandmother, can I ask you a question? And I have no disrespect towards Grandma Smurf. She's an elder.
Don't.
She did me wrong, but she's an elder. Much respect to you, Grandma Smurf. I don't hold no animosity for no relatives, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncle, cousins.
You're right, Eddie.
I hold y'all harmless. Y'all did me dirty, but I hold y'all harmless. But I want to ask a question to the mothers and grandmothers. If you are a mother or grandmother, would you invite your grandchild's grandfather to your house if you know he don't have a good relationship with his son to be with his child behind his back? I'm talking to mothers and grandmothers.
Well, listen, I can't answer that for you mothers or grandmothers. Any mothers and grandmothers, would you be okay with that? Now, if I was a grandfather, I would be okay with it. Let's say if I'm the baby, or at that time the baby's a grandfather on her mother's side, I would be fine with that. I would be able to meet Jamal and we would talk about what we can do together to help with this child and make sure that the child has everything that she needs, because Umar is a deadbeat bum. I would do that. But for those y'all who are mothers or grandmothers, would you be okay with that? Okay. And again, we're not talking about a situation. We're just talking about in general. Okay. Would you be okay with the father of the grandfather of the child coming to see the child, even though the father of the child is not an active participant? See?
Would you invite your grandbaby's grandfather over your house to spend time with your grandbaby when you know him and his father don't get along and he don't want his father around his child?
So say, why not?
And the baby daddy can't even see his own child. The baby daddy can't even see his own child.
Good question.
But y'all going to bring Grandpa Johnson, or that's what your mother and grandmother did and your grandfather did. That's what your mother I'm not going to blame your auntie because your auntie could have been innocent. I'm not going to blame my uncle. My uncle could have been innocent.
Good point.
Should my
Southern
uncle have
African.
told me that he dated my baby mom's aunt? He should have told me that. He should have told me that. My uncle should have told me he dated my baby mom's aunt. It's okay. I was born Jermaine Shoemake anyway. I'm good.
He's so upset. He's so upset today in 2025. The reason why he's saying I was born Jermaine Shoemake anyways, that's him taking a shot at his daddy. Because in the past, he said he was going to change his name. He didn't want his daddy's last name anymore. Hey. That's why he's saying I was born Jermaine Shoemake anyway. So, you know, Jamal, fuck you. That's basically what he's saying. But he said that before. If y'all remember, they hit the one. We almost done. He's so petty and childish.
I was born Jermaine Shoemake anyway. I'm good. I was born Jermaine Shoemake anyway. I'm good. But anyway.
He's so sassy. Yeah.
Brothers and sisters, one of the reasons I don't mess with my father.
Here you go.
And I'm going to say this to you, Grandpa Johnson, since you've been all over the internet slandering me with my enemies. You've been all over the internet. Now, you chilled out the last couple years, and I respect you for that. But nobody's father should be on the internet slandering their son with their enemies.
Well, listen, straight up real talk. I agree. I agree with Umar on that. They shouldn't be on the internet. And it's not even an issue of slandering. See, because Umar thinks that any criticism is slander. That's not what we're talking about here. If his daddy has legitimate criticism, and he did. I can pull up the receipts and show you guys. He has some legitimate criticisms. He did. But I don't agree with Jamal coming out and speaking out against Umar. See? That should have been done offline. Umar's taken to the extreme, saying that it was slander that he's doing with the enemies. Well, okay. Let's say that it was slander then. Okay, yeah, that's wrong too. And then to do it with Umar's perceived enemies, that's wrong too. I agree. I would say that that's double wrong. See, I'm gonna tell y'all something. That's one of the reasons why I didn't reach out to Umar Johnson's daughter when she first came out. That's beyond the scope for me. See? The optics of it doesn't look good, because now it puts her in a position where Umar now has an excuse to go at her and say, "Oh, well, you was talking with one of my worst critics, my enemies, blah blah blah, the saboteur, and the Cookie Crush chat." You see, I'm strategic with mine. See, I'm not going to put her in that position, and then Umar can hold that over her head like he's holding over his daddy's head. Now, again, I don't think his daddy should have come out in the first place. In fact, ethically speaking, he should have never done that. Morally speaking, he shouldn't have done that in the first. I'm talking about going back years ago. But now that he's doing it now, no, he shouldn't have done it. Okay? He should have learned his lesson the first time and shut his fucking mouth, like I told people. See? Now, I agree with Umar right here. Very rarely do I agree with Umar, but I agree with Umar right here. I'm fair, one way or the other. Okay, here we go.
Nobody's father should be on the internet slandering their son with their enemies. Nobody's father should be on the internet slandering their son with his enemies.
Okay, I agree. I would just take out slandering, and I would take that out and say criticizing their son with their son's perceived enemies. Okay, because Umar, I'm not your enemy. I just tell the truth on your bum ass. That's all. Get out your mama closet, clown. Look at it.
You spent time with my daughter behind my back. You got close with my enemies, slandering me on the internet behind my back. I'm going to respectfully ask you, sir, stay the fuck out of my life and away from my children. I'm not going to tell you no more. I don't mess with you.
Damn. We got a whole nother video to get to, y'all. We're going to have to come back tomorrow to at least start that other video, because if this is how he starts this shit, yeah, he is. It's deep-seated. It's not just this situation with him going to go see the child a long time ago, and it's not just Jamal, speaking with Umar's perceived enemies. This is childhood shit. It's childhood trauma. Let's be real about it. But see, it shouldn't be played out online like this. Yeah, that's what it is. He has some serious daddy issues. Yeah, damn, Yeah, he is. And he does this from time to time. We've seen it. Yeah. Sometimes he's depressive. Sometimes he's manic. When did Umar, when did his dad say that Umar was dead to him? I can tell you. Give me 1 second. And I need to memorize it just off the top of my head. It was around the time of the SETI rant, but I'll tell you right now. I'm sure Umar heard that too. That's what I'm saying. Those types of statements, they have long standing effects. But I think that this all goes back to Umar's childhood. This was in 2020. I have the exact date. I just got to go and find that file. I'll have to go and find it. But it was in 2020. So yeah, it wasn't the SETI ranting, was it? Yeah, no, this was after Umar had acquired the abandoned buildings, and this is what Mr. KC is referring to. Here you go.
Kids accountable, to be treated with respect, and not to let them think that they can keep doing it and there's not going to be any accountability. We've all made mistakes. We've all hopefully sought some apology for their mistake. But don't ever let your child make you think that because of your human feelings, that they have the right to treat you like a dog. And if you do, then believe me, that dog will bite you one day. So one thing to do with a rabid dog, get rid of it. And that's rabid, whether in mental, spiritual, or psychological. You gotta put it down. And if that means to cast them out of your life, that's what you have to do. That's what you have to do. I love all of my children. But God knows, and I say that sincerely, when I feel threatened, when I feel extremely hurt, and I know it's intentional, when I feel extremely disrespected, and I know it's intentional, there's only one recourse. They're dead to me.
It's hard to listen to. No matter how many times I hear it, it's hard to listen to. I'm sure Umar heard this too. Man. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not just Umar, in 2025 and his issues with Jamal. This has been going on since childhood. It's accumulated. That's why Umar, he's so aggravated here. And it doesn't make sense if we just look at what's taking place more recently, but if we put it in a historical context, it actually makes sense. See, it's cross-generational trauma that's it's being passed down from one generation to the next. Umar, he wanted Jamal in his life, but he didn't get that. I'm talking about consistently present, physically present, consistently. So on some levels, even Umar years ago, when stuff was taking place, with his father online, it was playing out online. I could tell there was still the part of Umar that was like, even though he's vindictive and he doesn't know how to forgive people, and he's mental, I can still tell that there's a part of him that wanted to reunite with his father and try to resolve issues. I mean, it would take a whole lot of work. It's not going to take place in a day or a week or a month or a year or two, even. Similarly, and it didn't happen. They didn't resolve things. Here we are all the years later, and we have this stuff going on right now. But excuse me, the daughter is the generational curse is now passed on to the daughter, because the daughter, there's a part of her that wants to reconnect with Umar, with her father, and there's a part, she's hurt, and there's a part of her that wants to resolve these longstanding issues of being abandoned by her father, just like Umar has these longstanding issues of being abandoned by his father. Jamal will try to frame it a different way and tell a different story, but I'm talking about in a traditional sense of a father being present in their child's life every single day, consistently. Umar did not have that experience with Jamal, and Jamal has to accept that fact. It's a fact. See, and what has happened is the transference of that type of trauma on Umar, it's been transferred over to his daughter. And throughout these 3 generations now, they have not been able to figure out, and really it's not on the daughters, it's not the onus is not on the daughter, the onus is on Umar and Jamal to figure out what needed to happen in order to mend this, or what can happen or what should happen in order to mend all of this, not for the sake simply of themselves, but for the sake of the daughter. And they haven't done that. That's the unfortunate part, because the person who's suffering the most is the daughter. Umar's 50. He has no excuse. See? Jamal is I can go look it up exactly, but he has to be in his he was 60s. Yeah. He's probably 68, 67, 68, maybe 69. I can pull it up and find out for sure. Okay. But again, there's the lack of wisdom. See? All right, let's go.
I do not mess with you. Stay away from my children. I'm not going to tell your ass no more. And I respect you for that.
This is crazy. This is so crazy. There was a super chat. Let me just get this because I want to make sure I stay on top of these. Shaya says he was just going off about how his daughters was speaking on him. Now he's speaking like this about his father. The psychologist needs a therapist. Yeah, but see, this is what I mean by it's just cross-generational. And it goes both. It goes. I don't know what the term is. There's a term in cybersecurity about this where I just can't remember what it is. It's a technical term where you have here. Okay, here's the daughter. This represents one generation. Here's Umar represents another generation, and then here's Jamal representing another generation. And it's not that it goes from strictly from Jamal passed on to Umar, and then Umar passed on to the daughter. There's cross. I don't mean to use this word, but cross contamination. See, because the daughter goes at Umar because Umar rejected the daughter again in 2025, but he also rejected her when in around 2012 when he completely abandons her. You see, so it goes both ways here, but then it also goes both ways. Remember, the daughter reached out to Jamal, her grandfather, see, and was trying to see if he could help her to locate her sibling. Okay, but it wasn't just that. She wanted to connect with Umar too. Let's not get that twisted. But remember, he didn't respond to her right away. Okay, that creates more hurt for her. Not only now that she feels abandoned by Umar, she also feels abandoned by Jamal. Okay, this is what she said. Okay, so you see how it goes both ways, and then and at a certain point, Jamal he doesn't talk. He's not dealing with Umar. He jumps over Umar. He's talking with his granddaughter, and he tries to get her to stop talking about all this stuff. Stop spilling the beans. He's trying to shut her up. Okay, that's another form of betrayal. Okay, she should be able to speak her mind. But see what I'm saying? It's not just one generation going into the second and into the third. It's cross-contamination in this interaction of dysfunction that goes back and forth amongst all 3 of them. But you don't fault the child for that. See, you fought the father and you fought the grandfather. The father is the one that's fucking up the most, and the grandfather doesn't have enough wisdom to know that he should shut his fucking mouth. See, and do what he can offline. See, that's what I've been saying telling Jamal all this time. Okay, but he lacks the wisdom. See, but who suffers the most in all this? Not Umar. He's hurt. Umar's still hurt. Okay, but it's not just because of what Jamal's doing now or what Jamal was doing a couple of years ago. It's childhood trauma. But who's hurting the most was the person that was in the hospital the other day. And that's the daughter. As a result of all of this shit, this dysfunction and going back and forth, feeling abandoned by Umar taking shots. And then he does this video over the weekend. And then the next day, she's inside of the hospital dealing with some serious mental health issues. You see the levels of dysfunction here? And every family has it. See? But if you're old enough and wise enough, your job is to resolve it. And you definitely don't take it to the internet. Right? Yeah, Umar needs a psychologist. He needs a therapist. And he needs a psychiatrist too. Real talk. Okay? Thank you, Sheriff, for the super chat. And then Matt says, "How Umar can't see the cycle? I don't know. I don't know. I can see it. Can you all see it in the chat room? I can see it clearly. See, and all families have this. See, my family has it too. See, but I knew one thing, that I was going to be here for my kids. I've struggled. I made a lot of mistakes. Fucked up big time. See." but I was always here, and I'm always going to be here until the good Lord take me. And even then, okay, I'm going to do my best to be around. I think I saw Daddy the other day. What you mean? Yeah, it was a ghost. Daddy ghost he was in there washing the dishes and shit. He's trying to help out. That's real talk, though. Thanks, Max. Hey, I don't think he sees it. Umar, he has no self-awareness. I don't know if Jamal sees it or not. You would think that at his age, he would have the wisdom to be able to see it. I see it very clearly, and I'm sure many of you in the chat room see it. Okay, and we all have these issues in our family going back generations. It's up to us to break the cycles, you know. And obviously here the cycle has not been broken. Okay? It's passed on to the daughter, and that's unfortunate because she ain't done nothing. See? She ain't done nothing to deserve it. I'll tell you that. Derek says, who's sending their child to be around this mess? Yeah, and that gets back to the whole FDMG school scam. See, Umar's a con man and a charlatan, and anyone who thinks that they want to send their child to this guy, you need to go check yourself in and go get some mental health help. Real talk. Thanks, Derek. Yeah, I'm going to be a real ghost dad. Okay, let's finish this up because I got to go to bed, y'all. Here we go.
Anyway. Brothers and sisters, one of the reasons I don't mess with my father, and I'm going to say this to you, Grandpa Johnson, since you've been all over the internet slandering me with my enemies.
Damn.
You've been all over the internet. Now, you chilled out the last couple years, and I respect you for that. But nobody's father should be on the internet slandering their son with their enemies.
I agree.
Nobody's father should be on the internet slandering their son with their enemies. Nobody's father should be on the internet slandering their son with his enemies. You spent time with my daughter behind my back. You got close with my enemies slandering me on the internet behind my back.
Again, there's nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. In fact, it's admirable for Jamal to spend time with his grandchild when Umar is a deadbeat. It's admirable. Okay. It reminds me real quick. I'm just going to say this real quick. I remember when my father, when he really went off the edge, he was always abusive, a drug addict, alcoholic, but he really got into the drugs at a certain point. He was stealing stuff from the house. He was verbally abusive, physically abusive, and all this other. I mean, it was crazy. But I remember that by the time when he was gone, he was all in and out anyway. But once he was gone, I was probably around 14 years old, and that's when my biological grandfather started to come around every once in a while. See, every once in a while he would show up. His name was Marion Jones. Rest in peace. See, my name would have been Marion, and my last name would have been Jones. So any of y'all up in here named Jones, last name Jones, we probably related. Okay. But I remember he would come over, and the reason why he was coming over was to help out my mom. Okay, there'd be no food in the house, literally no food in the house, no food. When I say you open up the cabinet, ain't no food in there. Open up the refrigerator, ain't no food in there. Might be some mayonnaise or something. There'd be nothing up in there. So it would get so bad at times, and he would come over every once in a while, and he'll drop a little money off to help my mom to keep things going inside of the household. That's the honorable thing to do. See what I'm saying? It's honorable. So what Jamal did, that's honorable. Okay. But on the other hand, what he's doing now in 2025, taking shots at Umar, with Umar's perceived haters, that shit's wrong. Okay. Like I said, shut your fucking mouth. See? Here we go.
I'm going to respectfully ask you, sir, stay the fuck out of my life and away from my children. I'm not going to tell you no more. I don't mess with you. I do not mess with you. Stay out my life. Stay away from my children. I'm not going to tell your ass no more.
Damn, this is wrong, Umar. He should not be doing this. You shouldn't be doing this, Umar. Now, this is wrong. I call it how this is real. Jamal's wrong on some things. Umar's wrong, but this right here, Umar's wrong. Jamal's right on some things. Some things, Umar's right on very few things. but this right here, Umar, you're wrong. See?
Now, let's continue.
This guy got notes. He got rant notes.
Baby Smurf. Baby Smurf.
We're almost done.
Baby Smurf. Do you know
that you went with me to the Garvey meetings every Sunday at 3 o'clock in North Philadelphia? Ask your mama.
Yeah, but Umar wasn't consistently going at that time, too. I have him on record saying that. Anyway.
The Garveyites of Philadelphia know. Most of them are ancestors now, but you went to the Garvey.
These so-called ancestors can't verify what he's saying. That's why he always do this. If ancestors are my witness, the ancestors know. The ancestors dead. You need to cut it out.
I raised you in the UNIA. I was trying to raise you in the UNIA. Baby Smurf was with the Prince of Pan Africanism every Sunday at 3 o'clock at 1609-11 Cecil B. Moore Avenue at the Thomas W. Harvey Hall, International Headquarters of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League, August 1929 of the world. You was with me every Sunday at the Garvey meetings. We went to the zoo. We went to the museums. We always had fun. We went to the restaurant. Baby Smurf.
I don't believe all of it. I don't believe what he's saying here. I believe maybe he took her a couple of places, but all this, he's trying to paint himself as the perfect father. See, it's revisionist history.
Baby Smurf. I took you to the Garvey study groups. I took you you was always with your daddy till your mama start running away.
The mama start running away? What are you talking about? You're the one that abandoned. What?
You was always with your daddy until your mama start running away.
What difference would it make if the mama start running away? If the mama's running away, wouldn't the baby be spending more time with you? You see what I'm saying? Wouldn't she already be with you with her daddy if the mama doesn't run away? Anybody follow me on that? This guy, his logic is he's so illogical when he's lying. Maybe that's me. I don't know. Maybe I'm seeing hit the one if anyone understands what I'm saying. But Umar, boy, he a trip.
And then you had some Negro on social media say,
"Here you go." He talk. I know he talk about me. What?
Had some Negro on social media said he had supervised visitation. I never had supervised visitation. I had real custody.
No, you had real custody. Okay, you had real custody to start. I have it on record where you said listen. See, this is what I'm saying with Umar. He lies so much, and he talking about me. You mad? Don't be mad. Don't be mad, Umar. See, don't be mad. I can pull it up right now. See, Umar, based upon what your lying ass, because that's why I got to preface this. Based upon what your lying ass said, you said that you had partial custody to start, and I think that you did. Right? We talked about this earlier. But then you weren't showing up. And so at a certain point, the baby mama got full custody. You didn't have no custody no more. And then you said that you couldn't go see the child when you want. You was all mad because you couldn't go see the child when you wanted to. And you said that you had to go sit on the baby mama couch. On both baby mamas too, by the way. Okay, but the other one a little bit later on. Okay, well, Umar, why could you only see the child? Remember, you said it earlier that you couldn't see the child. Okay, so what does that mean? That means that the reason why you couldn't see the child had to do with two possibilities. One, that you had supervised visitations, and you didn't want to do that. Or two, that you decided to abandon the child. So which one is it? So if you didn't have supervised visitations, clown, you abandoned your child. Proof positive. Either way, you a deadbeat. But have you tell it, and based upon what you've been saying as you've been running your mouth over the last month or so, you had custody to start, but partial custody, but then you were denied that through the court system because you weren't responsible, right? See? And then you couldn't see the baby anymore. Well, why not? Something happened. And if you couldn't see the baby, it was either supervised visitations or you abandoned the child. Okay, here we go. Let's keep going.
Partial custody, split custody. I never had to sit on the couch. And I never sat on the couch for Baby Smurf. I sat on the couch for the Princess of Pan Africa.
Okay, well, listen, I heard him say for both, but maybe he's mixing up stories in the other videos. Okay, so listen. I'm gonna take Umar for his lying ass word. Okay, Truth be told, let's say that you didn't have supervised visitations. But what that means is, because you said it out your own mouth, Mama Closet man, you said out your own mouth, you said you couldn't see the baby. Okay, well, if you couldn't see the baby and you didn't have supervised visitations, what else? What's the other possibility? You abandoned the baby. Okay. Either way, your ass is a deadbeat. Got him. He's so mad. Look at him. Some Negro on YouTube. See, he can't say my name. He ain't gonna say it. You know why? Because he's a bitch. That's why. Here we go.
Africanism. I never sat on the couch for Baby Smurf. I sat on the couch for the princess of Pan Africanism. I never sat on the couch for Baby.
He's so mad. Look at him shaking and shit. He's shaking in that chair, that bum chair.
Baby Smurf. I sat on the couch for the princess of Pan Africanism, and that was not a court order because we had never been to court for custody. That was not a court order. We had never been to.
That doesn't even make any sense, Umar. But let's keep going.
Court for custody because I didn't believe in the courts no more because they didn't help me get my baby for 10 years.
Oh, pobrecito.
I sat on the couch because I was trying to be humble, hoping that the evil vegan would let me see my child. But let me.
Okay, you lack humility, so I know you lying right here, Umar. Okay, real talk. I mean, it's so contradictory. You stated that you had to go sit on the baby mama's couch. You said that you've never seen the child in 6 years. You said that in 2018. I can pull up the video right now. Remember? That was in 2018. See, Umar had that case, that court case, and then he was talking all this shit about the doxes, the baby mama, and he explains how he had to go. He said he had to go sit on the grandmama's couch. See, his stories are all over the place. But that's what happens with Umar. The more he tells these stories, whether it is, excuse me, in 2018 or if it's in 2025, the more he tells these stories, the more contradictions we see. But at the end of the day, no matter how you slice it, Umar, you abandon these children. And you don't even speak about the third baby mama. Yeah.
Stay on Baby Smurf. We're going to get to the evil vegan in a minute. I wanted both of my babies, and I was happy to be a father. I wanted both of my babies, and I
don't believe it at all.
Was happy to be a father. I wanted both of my babies, and I was happy to be a father. So somebody said, well, he was too busy with his career. That had nothing to do with it.
Yes, it did. It had everything to do with it, even to this day. Okay. More specifically, your speaking career at chicken shacks these days. It has everything to do with it. You're traveling all over the world. How are you going to be a father to your child? And you do it willingly. See, the reason why Umar travels around the world is because he doesn't have a place to stay. He's homeless. They give him a place to stay. See this dysfunction? You know, the other thing is that it provides him an opportunity to sexually exploit more and more black women. You see the dysfunction? See, you've chosen the life of an international hobo and a sexual predator to prey on these single black mothers and these black women all around the world. You've chosen that life instead of being sedentary, establishing yourself within your career for an extended period of time, having a house, having your own home, not living in your mama closet, having your own car, paying bills, settled down so that you can be an active participant in your child's life. You decided that that's not what you were going to do. And precisely, here we are in 2025. You're struggle streaming in your mama's fucking closet in 2025, Umar. So what are you talking about, struggle streamer? See, the more he talks, the less sense he makes. Okay, he can fool some of the people some of the time. He ain't fooling me and he ain't fooling the good question. Let's go. User 225 says, notice he's equally a deadbeat to both his daughters, but he calls the younger one princess of Pan African because she's too young to speak out for herself. Yeah, that's part of it. But another part of it is that what narcissists tend to do, and cult leaders, is they want to create chaos. Someone that brought this up, I can't remember who it was, but shout out to the person this couple of days ago, it might have been last week, that they seek to create chaos because they want the people that they perceive to be under them or below them or less than them, in this case his daughters, they want them to be at odds. Oh, well, why is daddy calling her princess but he's calling me Smurf? You see what I'm saying? Nature Boy was doing that type of stuff with his followers, with his cult followers. See, Umar, he's attempting to do the same thing here. It creates division, it creates confusion, and then in his mind, whether it's conscious or unconscious, it also can create dissension between the two daughters, and therefore they won't be talking later on down the line, and then passing information along. And then now we have another daughter that has information that she comes out and spills being on Umar. He doesn't want that. See, and we're not even talking about the third baby mama, okay, and the third baby. See. Yeah, Umar, he's a trip. He's a trip. It's cult leader tactics. Thank you, user 225. Okay, we got to finish this for sure now. Here we go.
I'm never too busy for my children. I'm never too busy for my children. I die for, that ain't have nothing to do with it. I wasn't there because I was kept out. It ain't had nothing to do with no speaking, no traveling, no organizing. That's a bunch of cap.
You ain't organized.
I never had a restraining order against me by any woman in my life. If I'm lying, produce it. I never put my hands on a woman in my life.
I don't believe that.
I never put my hands on a woman in my life.
I don't believe you, Umar.
If I have a restraining order, can somebody show me? If any woman, anywhere, anytime, got a restraining order.
Let's say you don't. That doesn't mean that you ain't put hands on. Come on, cut it out.
Order on me, police report on me, arrest record on me, show me.
Just because you don't have a arrest record or a police report that you abused a woman, don't mean that you ain't abused a woman. The daughter says you did. I believe her.
I was happy to be a father.
You such a crybaby.
I was kept out of my children's lives because I wanted to be a father. How many black men know what I'm talking about when I say I was kept out of my children's lives because I wanted to be a father?
I don't know what you talking about.
How many black men understand what I'm saying when I say I was kept out of my children's lives because I wanted to be a father?
Listen, you got to be a weak bitch to allow a woman to keep you from your child. Real talk. You can cry all you want to.
Kept me out because I wanted to be. Men who don't want to be fathers don't have to be kept away. You don't have to hide the children. You ain't got to go and get custody. Men who don't want to be involved, they don't go to court. The parents don't hide the kids.
Umar, where's all these records of you doing these things? Okay, you've been traveling the world. Anyway.
It's the men who want to be fathers. When you want to be a father, you go through this shit.
No, you don't. No, you don't. I didn't. When you want to be a father, you make sure that you're in a loving relationship with the woman before you get up in that vajayjay and ejaculate without a condom on. Hit the one. That's old school. Okay? But you want to do some ghetto shit, and now you're paying for the consequences. There's consequences. It's ghetto shit. See? I wasn't all up in all of these women. I had plenty of opportunity to trust me. I was fairly handsome. I know nowadays I'm all old and shit, but I was a fairly attractive young man, real respectful. Had plenty of opportunity to get up in there in that stuff. See? So I don't know what you're talking about, Umar.
When you want to be a father, you go through this. You don't go through this when you're a deadbeat. You go.
No. That's why you're going through it, because you're a deadbeat anyway.
Through this when you are a stand-up black man. That's why you go through this.
He's trying to paint the narrative that he's a stand-up black man. Umar, you're a deadbeat. You're a horrible father. You're a horrible man, and you're a mentally disturbed human being. Cry, baby. We always crying about some shit.
I want to say something else.
Oh, goodness. Here we go.
When Mama Smurf got pregnant, her cousin was pregnant. She had an older cousin or aunt who was pregnant. And her baby daddy decided to marry her. And I think that Mama Smurf felt that she could make me marry her too. Mama Smurf's mother and father were going.
Yeah, he says, I think he's just making this shit up. At this point, he's just making shit up.
Going through a divorce while she was pregnant with my child. And I think a lot of the negative energy that I caught from Mama Smurf had to do with the fact that her mother and father were going through a divorce.
So now it's the mother and the grandparents' fault now?
I caught a lot of that negative energy.
He can't hold himself accountable. It's narcissism. He can't hold himself accountable for anything.
From the Grandmom Smurf and from Mama Smurf. From Grandmom Smurf and from Mama Smurf. They was going through a divorce. Here you are pregnant with my child. I'm not trying to
He's been holding this belt for an hour? That's incredible.
marry you just because. And so I got treated like shit.
Mm-hmm. See,
Now,
he's a victim.
Mama Smurf was on birth control pill. The evil vegan had an IUD.
Why are you telling even if it's not true, why are you doing this? See, I know what he's doing. He's trying to explain why it is, and it's not his fault that he got him pregnant.
Mama Smurf was on birth control pill. The evil vegan had an IUD. Mama Smurf was on birth control pill.
You absolutely right.
The
Danielle.
evil vegan had an IUD. I didn't ask your opinion, so you get.
Oh my God. IUD. Ifatunde Umar device. You crazy. Here we go. You wow. I shouldn't be laughing.
Mama Smurf stopped taking her pills
man.
after she graduated from Millersville University. The pregnancy was intentional. Mama Smurf got pregnant on purpose. She stopped taking birth control after she graduated from Millersville University. The pregnancy was intentional. She did it on purpose. And I did not have a problem because I was ready to be a daddy. So it was all good.
Look at this guy.
The pregnancy was not the problem. Nobody told them to get rid of their babies. Nobody told.
Why is he bringing that up, though? Nobody's bringing that up but Umar. See, I don't think he wanted these babies. Hit the one. If you think he wanted them, hit the two. Excuse me. If you think he wanted them, hit the two. If you think he didn't want them, hit the one. Yeah, I know. I know, Sam. Well, the cook was cooking tonight. I don't think he wanted them. That's why he's bringing it up. No one's bringing that up. You see what I'm saying? He's self-snitching, but he's doing it in a reverse psychology way. That's what he's doing. Yeah, I know. He's trying to cause harm. He's trying to disparage them, but I don't think he wanted these babies, even though he's trying to act like he did. Man. Yeah, I don't think he did at all. Yeah, why bring it up? Exactly. Hey. Somebody gave it to him, probably one of his goofy ass followers. Anthony thinks that, okay, at least one person did. Mm-hmm. Yeah, even to this day. 1, 2, 3 into the 4. Umar in stop. Umar and Larry and TW and Miss KC, is that your dough? I'm just playing. All right, here we go. Someone said too, he wanted to trap them. Okay, here we go.
Told them to get rid of their babies. Nobody. I was ready to be a dad. The pregnancy wasn't the problem. The shotgun marriage was the problem. The pregnancy wasn't the problem. The shotgun marriage was the problem. The pregnancy wasn't the problem.
What?
The shotgun marriage was the problem.
Lynn Doggy Dog. That's what they call me back in the day. My cousins, they call me Lynn Doggy Dog and Lynn Nintendo.
One time I went over Mama Smurf house.
Here he go. We almost done.
And she didn't open the door. And I saw her car outside. Mm-hmm. And I said, why Mama Smurf not opening the door? Her car is outside. And Mama Smurf finally comes to the door and she says, my mom don't want my dad in the house.
Huh?
My mom don't want my dad in the house.
What that got to do with anything?
My mom don't want my dad in the house.
I think it's the mom don't want your ass in the house.
And I'm like, but that's his house. He live here. They're going through a divorce, but he paid the bills, you know. It ain't none of my business, but why?
Well, if it's none of your business, why are you telling the business? He's so sassy.
Why would you not let your father in the house? So I knew Mama Smurf had a little bit of daddy issues. She didn't have as many daddy issues as the evil vegan, as you will soon find out. But Mama Smurf had some daddy issues. Mom and dad was going through a divorce.
Thanks for all the likes, y'all. Y'all blew it up today.
So I caught a lot of the divorce energy.
So see,
I
he's
caught a
victim.
lot of the divorce between Grandpa Smurf and Mama Smurf. I caught a lot of
you're
that
right,
energy that probably wasn't even meant for me, but I caught that energy.
Yeah, so not just the baby mama, but also the grandmama too. But that's something, that's a narrative that he spun about the other grandmama too.
I think that's all I want to say.
Yeah, they used to call me LenonHonor back in the day.
On Mama Smurf and
Len
Baby
Dog,
Smurf.
LenonHonor.
I'm going to end this live and I'm coming right back. So
Casper. The Cholos used to call me Casper. Hey, Way, Casper. I used to have a little tattoo of a teardrop on my eye.
we can talk about baby mama number 2, the evil vegan.
This guy got notes in his mama closet.
Before I end the live,
there you go.
I want to let people know I will be in Binghamton, New York on Saturday.
Get on your cash.
Before I end the live and start it back up, I want to let people know I will be in Binghamton, New York on April 5th, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, April 16th, New Brunswick, New Jersey, April 17th, University Park, Pennsylvania, April 20th, Newark, New Jersey, April the 23rd, HBCU FAMU, April the 25th, Shelton, Connecticut, April the 26th, University Park, Pennsylvania, again on April the 29th. I repeat, Binghamton, New York, April the 5th, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, April the 16th, New Brunswick, New Jersey, April the 17th, University Park, Pennsylvania, April the 20th, Newark, New Jersey, April the 23rd, HBCU FAMU, April the 25th, Shelton, Connecticut, April the 26th, and University Park, Pennsylvania, April the 29th. All of my April engagements are driving distance from Philadelphia, except HBCU FAMU. The flyers will be coming soon. I'm going to end this and we coming back.
Yeah, he gonna be in his mama closet a lot.
For baby mama trauma. Forget the drama. We at trauma. Black men, you can have drama, that's low. When it gets up here, that's trauma. We've been past baby mama drama. We at baby mama trauma. Where are all my black men and non-custodial mothers going through baby mama drama right now? Where are all my black men and non-custodial mothers going through baby mama trauma right now? I got baby mama trauma. So I'm going to end this and I'm coming right back for the evil vegan.
All right. Usually I have a commentary at the end, but I'm going to leave it right here because we're going to pick right back up tomorrow with the next video. It's an hour long. We'll at least get started on it, but we'll have to carry it through. So hopefully next week we can get to it and get through it. Thank you all so much for tuning on in. Everyone inside the chat room, everyone who sent in super chats, cash apps, or PayPal, or super sticks. Thank you guys so much. You guys really been blessing me, and I really do appreciate it. I don't take it for granted. I want to thank everyone for coming, and I hope you guys are enjoying these shows. Thanks for all the likes too. You guys did. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Again, we'll be back. Please enjoy the rest of your evening, and I appreciate y'all's attendance. We'll be back soon. Here we go with. Let's go with the Snow Bunny Love to close out, shall we? Here we go.
Oh my gosh, so you're fancy, huh?
Yeah, black community activist.
Ah,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
Well, good for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
See her eyes shine, she's my snow bunny queen. In the winter light, so she's my sweet dust of cream. Tuck to my nose, this love has got its so raw. Make you goose, stepping out, out of control.
You right about that.
It's me against the light, snow bunny. Moving on the floor. Everything's so right. Got that smooth
Yeah.
so feel. No, that's crazy to the law. With my snow bunny love. Been party about the night.
No wide over there. I ain't gonna lie.
She's my snow bunny queen. In the winter light, so she's my sweet dust of cream. Tuck to my nose, this love has got its so raw. Make you goose, stepping out of control. It's me against the light, snow bunny. Moving on the floor. Everything's so right. Got that smooth so feel. No, that's next to the law. With my snow bunny love. Been party about the night. See her eyes shine, she's my snow bunny queen. In the winter light, so she's my sweet dust of cream. Tuck
Evers in the building, sir. Boy, y'all crazy.
Everything's alright. Got that smooth so feel. No, that's next to the law. With my snow running up. Been party about the night. See her eyes shining. She's my snow bunny please. In the winter light, so she's my sweet love supreme. Talk to my nose, this lover's got it so raw. Make you lose, stepping out, rip out of control.
I'm tripping. I shouldn't have did that. I apologize. Oh God, no. All right, thank y'all for tuning on in. Please enjoy the rest of the evening. We'll be back tomorrow with another live stream. I appreciate y'all. I don't take y'all for granted. Y'all bring so much joy to my life, and I'm very appreciative. Okay, thank y'all so much. Good Cortez Undefeated. Love y'all, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Okay, take care. Peace.